What is up? We are live. I already messed up. What a way to start. Let's say hi to chat. We got JT, we got Scott, we got money ain't a thing. I'm feeling super as well. Bukowski, JT dancing once again. How are we all doing? A little bit of news over the weekend. It was a just just so you know, my day, first hot day of the year. I went to work and we decided to leave early. So we've been at home. We napped. We feel good. We may go for a while tonight. We got Steven. Jason, welcome. Haven't seen you here before. Hope you enjoy. What's up, JC? Casual Chad. Speaking of the intro, the actual intro now.
Hey, we're grinding through the torment. High volume, no management. Taming souls indecent. Drafts through the abyss, no rest in our veins. Feel striking like lightning, flooding endless pains. From late season voids, he's dropping all the flames. Bestball, Degens unite, shattering the chains. Old school RB stacking fury, derailing trendy trains. Whom is commanding the storm etched in our brains? Who? Hey! Thunder in the names, claiming all the kills. Flames, names, games. Degen wrath of fuse, stone age torment remains. Bestball eternal, in remains infernal domain. Pterodactyl pigs, screaming. Cayman chaos reigns, fossil fury fuels the fire, drafting through the vein.
Welcome, the Gale. So we are here. It is Supa-Flexin Sunday. We're here. We're drafting Superflex. That's all we're going to draft. That's all we draft on Sunday nights. And so we got a little bit of news. We got Deebo Samuel is apparently getting interest to the Ravens. That's pretty bad news, in my opinion, for Elijah Surratt. They kind of talked about for the big slot role. If Deebo goes there, I think that makes Surratt a much better dynasty pick than a best ball pick. So I'm going to cool off. I liked Surratt a bit. I need to drop him in my ranks a little just until Deebo signs. Because if he doesn't sign with the Ravens, then the Surratt pick feels about the same. But it's still a late round flyer at best, right? So that is a little bit of news. JCM hurt. Nobody's really talking about it. Nobody's really affecting anything. I moved Katron Allen up quite a bit today, and I reinforced my price with I reinforced my price with Rachaad White. Yeah. So Rhett is kind of a guy. I think I got like, even if Deebo goes there, I want to be 4 or 5% probably. So like in the last round, he's got upside. There is a chance that Deebo's losing juice. And I mean, it's just Zay Flowers there, right? So Zay Flowers, Deebo, if it's an offense that's going to score a bunch of points, whoever the three between him and Jacoby Lane would be a player that having a share or two of would be perfectly fine. But that's the little bit of news that I have that I was going to talk about. One thing before we get started on the Superflex, if you have a DK account, right, today they have, if you do two $25 mains, you get one ticket for free. So buy two, get one right now over on DK. Don't miss that if you're going to play a bunch over on DK. Also, some people were getting drafters codes this past week for a reload code. I didn't get one, but check your email, see if you got a drafters reload code. But we're here for Superflex, and we're going to do a field general, and we're going to jump in 15 seconds.
We never leave the brine. Fury, endless, breaks, relentless, fantasy, reigns. Who waits? Immortal.
All right, waiting on three. We're going to do a bunch of Superflex. We're a little behind the fill rate. So a little bit about what's coming up for the week. Tomorrow, I don't have a guest yet. I may end up finding one, but Tuesday's the day you guys don't want to miss. And Tuesday will be a members only stream, and it'll be Gunnar Ross. Gunnar Ross will be coming on. I have a little bit of something I built to kind of look at what I think we need to target in Eliminator specifically. Gunnar Ross ended up getting second last year in the Eliminator on 7 entries. He got a dog bowl seat last year as well, and he's had success. So it's something that you won't want to miss. He's also building something that I don't really know. He's going to kind of bring up and talk about during that members only stream. So that is something you guys, if you plan on doing a bunch of eliminators, you're probably going to want to become a member then later. Like, you could become a member afterwards and see what it is. Gunner and Who for the win. Mike Robb helped me build a spreadsheet, or he built this back into the spreadsheet that I knew what I wanted. He built it for me. I do need to talk to Mike later about something. I can manually do something, but it'll probably be easier for him to build something for the future. Like, we were going to talk the other night and it didn't get around to it. What's up, Brett? So let's say hi to the chat. We got JT at the 1, we got Champ at the 2, we got Libra at the 3, Sweet Leaf at the 5. We got the 10, we got Money Mike at the 11, and Unlucky. I've seen you in several of my lobbies. Let me know. Let me know if you're here. Oh, there you are. You just let me know that you're here. Okay, got it. Perfect timing, Casual Chad. I was gonna say, I've been seeing that. I haven't quite remembered that. What's up, DJ Quill? If you guys are just popping in as well, if you could smash a like, that'd be fantastic. Mute Bears. Mute Bears. Speaking of the Bears, welcome to Indiana, I guess. Chicago. Welcome to Indiana. Now, this is awesome because I get one of these receivers. If I could land, look, I'm going, okay, if I like Puka more than Jamar, but I would have taken Jamar for ADP reasons, because if I could get a Puka Jamar start or a Jamar CMC start, I would be pretty into it. Hey, oh, it's bars. It's bars, not bears. Hey, welcome. Glad you came here so I could butcher your name. You're welcome. It's free. We got, I don't get very much Caleb Williams. Let's look. I don't have any with Nakua, and I have 28% of my Nakua teams with Jonathan Taylor. So we're going to go ahead and take Caleb Williams. All of this stuff, by the way, this is Bestball Overlay. What it is it's an exposure tracker and tool. It just helps you keep track of your combinations, what you've done, what your how much exposure you have to everybody, and what those combinations are, which matter in a 150 set. I plan on doing all 150 of these these Supa-Flex. So I want to know where my holes are. Like, if I like Puka Nakua, and I do, and especially it's mostly for those players that you're highly exposed to. You want to make sure that your highly exposed players, that the players you don't like as much, you're mixing in shares with those higher exposed players. That way, if you're correct on your high exposed players, but wrong on one of your fades, you still end up mixing in some combinations that have a chance to get there. So you can use promo code WHO, Bestball Overlay. It is on the Google Chrome store. It's absolutely worth it, in my opinion. $40 a month, $30 with the promo code. So this room is very quarterback driven, it looks like. A lot of these Supa-Flex rooms aren't this quarterback driven. It kind of, I think if I don't go double quarterback on the way back around, I'm going to lock myself into a 2 quarterback build unless I want to go something like a Deshaun Watson or a Tua or something. So I think we'll see what happens. Are you full fading anyone in the top 100s? I try to take what I was just saying, like the players that I quote full fade. I want a couple shares of them with my most exposed players. Is kind of how I'm going to play it. Now it's a risk tolerance thing. I think that it's just smart to do it that way. And if you're wrong on your big hits, like and the players that you're not taking are smashes, it didn't matter anyway, right? So I just think that's how I'm going to play it. There was a player that a week ago I had 0 shares of in non-Supa-Flex, and that was Emeka Egbuka. I think Egbuka's price is like 2 rounds too high. Like, why isn't, I get it. There's a bunch of hype. People believe it. Like, I don't really necessarily believe in that offense to be one that's going to have a hyper-targeted guy. Egbuka done it last year early on while Godwin was hurt. And then when Godwin came back, he wasn't 100% and Evans was hurt. So, and whenever McMillan came back, McMillan was eating in. Yes, I know he was hurt. I know all that. But Egbuka is maybe the hardest click on the board for me. Forced to take 2 QBs. Got it. Egbuka is an easy full fade. He's not like full fade. I'm going to take some with the players I like. Like, I want to make sure I have a share or 2 with Amon-Ra, because I'm pretty bullish on Amon-Ra. Absolutely take Matt Stafford here with Puka. The problem with taking Puka and getting Stafford back, the 2 late quarterbacks are also bye week 11, but we do have Caleb for bye week 10, so we are fine. If Chase Brown is here, I'm going to take Chase, and we're going to try to push it. We're going to go with Chase Brown, and we're going to try to push. We're into what could be 2 top 5 offenses for the year. So let's get a running back in another offense that might be top 5 as well and see how things play out. Baker Mayfield will pop off. I mean, even if Baker pops off, are we sure that it's going to be a target? Like, are we sure that they're going to have a hyper-targeted guy? Like, Ted Hurst is getting a bunch of camp buzz. Egbuka made that one catch that everybody's going nuts about, and deservedly so. It was an awesome catch. Cade Otton is, every once in a while, just kind of sneaks in, usually when people are hurt. But we got Jalen McMillan, who kind of bodied Egbuka whenever he was hurt. Egbuka also, when he was smashing, wasn't like, had no separation. So it was kind of like an anomaly that he was doing well as well. So I'm pretty okay, like semi-fading him. I mean, I think all that stuff is a problem. 5% Egbuka, so I'm far too high. 2% Supa-Flex. When you say Baker pops off, do you mean emotionally or his play? Mike Rob here with the real questions. Let us know. So, but yeah, Egbuka is the closest to a full fade I have, and Luther Burden is really close as well. So Egbuka, I was positive was going to drop in price and be down around the Devontae Adams, Mike Evans, Jameson Williams tier. There's no reason he needs to be a lock at the 3-4 turn whenever he deserves to be like in that group. And if Terry McLaurin and his prices were flipped, I would think it'd be pretty close to right, but they're not. And so those are some players that like I think are very poorly mispriced. But like I said, I would like to get some shares of those players, and not many, like 1 or 2 with the players that I'm bullish on. I mean, if we get Bryce Young back, so he's only got 1 quarterback, he's got 3. I doubt that this player takes 2. So I could take Javonte, or I could take let's go with Bryce though. No, let's take Javonte. Let's just take Javonte. I'm kind of fine with any of these three. I feel like Mendoza may be the best play for this specific team. Caleb and Stafford will play at the beginning of the season for sure. I think Mendoza will definitely be there by week 10. So if I believe that, I might as well play Mendoza if I can. If he wants to take it, and Money Mike wants him, that's perfectly fine. I'm not going to be upset because I'm fine with either one of these two. That's why I took Javonte. I do think that I love Cam Scatterbo. I love Cam Scatterbo. But he takes Geno Smith. So we'll take Mendoza there. I do think that whenever you get to Javonte, the Javonte Kyron Williams range with Scatterbo, not knowing that Scatterbo's we don't 100% know if he's healthy, ready, or whatever, right? So I think that when you get to Javonte and Kyron, the Williams, I think that's kind of where I draw the line of moving Scatterbo up. And you all know that I'm absolutely a Scatta boy. So that's where I kind of draw the line. I think that Williams currently is pretty significantly ahead of Scattaboo there. And I've been saying Scattaboo, it's Scattaboo, I believe. And by the way, if you guys are just popping in, if you could smash like, that'd be great. Also, if you're new to the channel and you enjoy the content, go ahead and hit the sub at 1,000 subs, assuming we get to a K before the NFL season kicks off. And it's looking 50-50 on if that's going to happen or not. So we'll see. We're going to do a 24-hour live stream if we get there, though. What's up, Jamie? If you like this music, shout out to Jamie. He's helped out quite a bit with the channel, and I love to shout him out. Also, go follow him over at the IDP Center. He does. I think it's is it the Fantasy Six Pack? Yeah, it's the Fantasy or Dynasty Six Pack. I can't remember. I always get that one confused because I believe it's the Fantasy Six Pack, but I'm probably wrong because I believe that's what it was last week, and I was wrong. Hey. No, thank you, Jamie. And also another player I'm having a pretty hard time taking right now is who? Let me just kind of look through it. Trey McBride's really hard for me to take as well. I want McBride to be mid-third. Fantasy Six Pack for the Dynasty Six Pack episode. Oh, okay. That would be it. That would be it. All right, so we might take some. So I have more Luther Burden and Supa-Flex than I do in regular best ball right now. Burden is a player I'm very low on. I kind of thought that. Well, number one, I don't think you should ever take Burden ahead of Loveland. Loveland's gone. So I think Burden is purely on the board here. Now, in this specific room, I think I want the last running back here. Before, I think there's a gigantic drop from Judkins to Hubbard. So I'm going to take that. If I double stack the Rams, I'm perfectly fine with that. If I have to move down here to Rome, I'm also okay with that. Or I would say I could take JMO, but I don't really need the bring back yet. So Luther does go. Do I want the double stack, or I think I want to get into this Chicago game as well. Most of the time I would take Adams or Waddle over Rome. Rome is dealing with like the foot thing a little bit. It kind of sounds cryptic. It kind of sounds weird. So I am kind of leaning towards moving Burden up a little bit. I still have a really hard time taking Burden over Coastal Loveland though. I will say that at this point, I am solidly burdened over Rome, which I hadn't been before. I had been Rome a spot or two ahead of Burden. I do think with the unsureness of that situation and reading into what they've done in the offseason, which is basically not add anybody other than Xavier Thomas, a special teamer, it seems pretty bullish that they feel like Luther Burden is going to be good to play the outside and that they're not going to use him as a gadget player or a slot player as often. And I mean, Colson Lovely can also go outside. Hubbard always feels like a forced pick. It kind of does, but he did get the news today that he's supposed to be a, quote, bell cow for at least the first couple of weeks, which is maybe the most bullish quote you could hear if you're a Jonathan Brooks guy. Like, that's kind of where I'm at. Long-term prognostic and risk, doctor's view, healed without surgery. He's young, mid-20, fully participating. Are we talking about Rome? Many NFL players return to a high-level player for foot stress fractures management. Yeah, like I think people are worried about Rome a little. For me, it's more that he's participating, but he's not really, really in it at the moment. I'm kind of getting to where I just like all the other players in that range more. And for Bestball specifically, I've always known that, like, Burden is the spike week guy, right? He's the guy who is more likely to put up a 25 to 30 point week. Just because Rome is a lot less likely to take a 6-yard pass all the way to the house, right? He's going to do the dirty work. He's going to get his. He might have a 2-touchdown game, but it's not going to be like a 75-yarder nearly as often as like a Burden could do that. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. I mean, Tucker Kraft would be amazing. Absolutely amazing if I could get Kraft here. And by the way, if you become a YouTube member, you can get access to my personal rankings. I'm going to be putting up rankings for total for full PPR, but currently I only have Underdog, Supa-Flexin, and Underdog base rankings. I update them once a week, and if you join the Discord and link your Discord to YouTube, you'll have a rankings channel. You can look at my ranks. You can see what I think. You could copy my ranks, or you could call me an idiot. Both are fair. Both are fair. So we're going to get Sam Laporta here for the Week 17 bring back game stack. So the team right now for the audio listeners, we got a 3-3-2-2. Caleb Williams, Matt Stafford, Fernando Mendoza. Running backs, Chase Brown, Javonte Williams, Judkins. Wide receiver, Puka, Rome, both stacked up. Tucker Kraft, Sam Laporta for the bring back. Build it out of reasonably solid team here. Reasonably solid team. Love Rome and both his feet. Thoughts on the World Cup? My thoughts is it's happening, and that's it. I hope my free $5 DraftKings thing I just put random names into. Well, I don't know any of these people. I don't watch a whole lot of sports other than NFL. There was one years ago that I ended up like getting kind of into the World Cup. It was pretty fun, but I spend way too much time trying to grow this channel to get involved in the World Cup this year. Honestly, even if I would love it, even if I would enjoy it, my goal is to build this channel, and I'm going to use that. And I have some other side projects we're doing. So that's kind of what I'm doing. Can we copy your ranks also? I mean, yeah, you can call me an idiot for whatever. Like, there's many reasons to call me an idiot. You max the $1. Drafting teams was more important than players this time. What do you mean? Oh, which team? I will not watch 1 second of World Cup. says Sweetleaf. I probably won't either, honestly. I didn't even do the promo that shout out Underdog. If USA wins it all, they're doing a giveaway of some kind. I didn't read into it because I just didn't read into it. No real reason. I just didn't care to do it. But what's up? How we doing? Well, Jamie's watching a different kind of cup. All right, we're going to go Godwin. So we get that game stack as well. If it comes back, I want one of these two for sure. So we end up not getting those. I might take Likely here and do try to get tight into the flex strategy that's been pretty popular. The Giants do get the Cowboys in week 17, which is a pretty big deal as well. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to do that. We're going to take our third tight end. We got a 3-3-3-3 build, everybody. Threes everywhere. Got it. USA won't win it all. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Right. I looked up some odds and stuff. I'm like, oh, okay. I watch tennis mostly. I've never been able to watch tennis. I just haven't. More of a bowling guy. Man, I used to bowl all the time. I've told people, I've said it before, I was really good for a teenager. And I'm too competitive with myself. It's kind of why I never started golf, because it has similar things. Like, you not doing well is fully your own fault. And I get very good at things. I can tweak all that stuff, but I am not a very good person at handling whenever I make my own mistakes. I would be the guy out there yelling and screaming and everybody laughing at him. That's who I would be. Believe it or not, that would be me. I wouldn't be yelling at other people. I'd just be mad at myself. And that's how I got with bowling. And I stopped and basically just never played again. For mental health reasons, basically. Are you winning, son? I don't know. I don't know if this is the team. Not sure if this is the team. We'll continue to draft, and maybe this will be the team. So we got maybe the next one, right? I feel good, says Chad. Yeah, maybe the next one. Let's So we got 40 watching and 31 of you have liked. That's fantastic. I appreciate all of you. If you're just popping in and you're new to the channel, go ahead and hit that sub. We go live every Sunday night. Every single Sunday night we go live. And we do Supa-Flex. And then every weekday we go live and we do whatever. Do I just want to take a fourth quarterback here? I'm like, I don't really need to. I'm going to make sure to get Trey Tucker here on this team specifically. I probably pulled him up way too high, but we're going to get that stack. We're going to make sure to do that. And we're going to take one of these two running backs. Probably the one that plays Chicago, if we can. If we could get one of those two. Now, Sean Tucker, I did move way up my ranks. If you didn't see, I moved him up to 166. So we're going to take a Pacheco share. I don't get a lot of Pacheco shares, but it felt like he fell 10 picks here. I have the Bears. So it is some week 17 correlation. He does have some pretty high upside right now if there is a Jahmyr Gibbs injury as well. Vibing at work while drafting. Shipping. Who doesn't like who? Can we get away with only 2 solid quarterbacks in Supa-Flex? Are you in the draft? You can. There were several finals teams last year. So I do think in this contest specifically, it's a lot more viable. Last year, it was a puppy, so it was a 1 of 10, 1 of 10. So missing out the Supa-Flex in those 1 of 10 weeks was a big, big deal, right? This year, being a 2 of 12, 1 of 8, 1 of 6, I do think it probably leans to where you still want the 3, I think, for sure. But I do think that the math changes quite a bit with the 2 less people and then the 4 less people. I think if you want to target, like, you mostly just need to make sure you have 2 quarterbacks that are solid here, right? And they need to not fail in these 2 games. But in the 1 of 6, you could almost drag 2 reasonably bad quarterbacks through if the rest of your team absolutely smashes to get to the finals. But in that 1 of 6 week, in that 1 of 8, you probably still need some reasonable quarterback points. But like last year with the 1 of 10, 1 of 10, I think if you were to take the entire, and I know you can get the data from last year. I bet if you were to run the data from last year in this playoff correlation instead of the old one and like just reseed everything and do like 100 different versions, I bet the average team that got to the finals would look massively different with the 1 of 8, 1 of 6, right? All right, so we're about back on the clock. I mean, Sean Tucker would be an absolute and utter smash here. Like, easy. That would be one of the easiest picks on the board. Are you here, Jake? Jake, are you here? Are you listening, Jake? Jake wasn't listening. So we can take Sean Tucker also in the week 17. So we got some team stacks here. Several of them. Leaning on the hero Puka for sure. If Emmett Johnson comes back around, I'm going to take Emmett Johnson. I'm going to be done at running back. If Emmett Johnson doesn't come back around, I'm probably going to take one of these wide receivers. And it'll probably be Devo. Let's take Devo. I feel pretty good about him ending somewhere. I think these 3 tight ends are more than enough as well. If they both smash to still stay healthy, it's kind of more about they don't need a smash. They just need to do stuff like what Drake May did last year, which is stay very consistent. And you need to have I think if you do that, I think you have to find 2 like round 1 or 2, you have to take a skill position player doing that, right? It has to be like a Bijan or Gibbs team or like a Lamar, Josh Allen, like a round 1 quarterback with like a Ashton Genty or James Cook. I think that like to supplement the amount of points, you need that elite, whoever the number 1 running back on the season ends up being. I think you would need that, and you would need to fill your flex out through one of those other positions pretty heavily, right? So I do think if you go two quarterback, you probably want to like make sure one position feels almost slightly too strong. That way you can try to hit your super flex with that position at a reasonable rate. And I know JT does stuff like that all the time. I don't know what he's doing this time. He's a member, so I will review his team. By the way, if you guys are members, one of the perks is I'll review your team. Another perk, you get members only streams. Like this week, we're having Gunnar Ross on. It's going to be awesome content. We're going to talk Eliminator. It's going to be my Eliminator video. We're probably going to draft a team, but we're going to mostly talk about what to do in Eliminator and how to do it. I even think that like a hero RB into like 5 elite receivers, right? Like 5 receivers by, I don't know, by like Marvin Harrison, right? Like you go like Bijan, Dart, Bijan, yeah, then like Dart, and then let's get to the actual team here. So, we're gonna take Sowers. Actually, I do think that tight end, like if we want spike weeks here, I think that makes some sense. I'm trying to not end up with 30% Jeremy Bernard. And the way it's looking, I also moved George Holani way up in my ranks on both of them. George Holani, I'm probably going to start taking him, especially in Supa-Flex, assuming nobody snipes me on him. But because nobody is taking him at all, right? Like his ADP is 239.8. This contest is 79% filled. He's barely been drafted, and apparently he's possibly leading the RB2 race in Seattle right now, which kind of expected. He's the passing down back. What's up, Hartman? If you guys aren't subbed to Hartman, go give him a follow as well. And if you're new, and if you just popped in from Hartman's stream, shout out to you guys. So I need to look up who's still members. I know basically so it'll be just a minute while I do that. But yeah, so it looks like right now, unless I missed Money Mike, I know Libra watches. I don't know what their screen name is. I know I've asked before. It's my fault that I can't remember all these. But I can't remember Money Mike's YouTube name either. So, shocker, JT, I kind of figured somebody would take Holani. But like if you're doing these off stream, I think George Holani is a very, very smart pick in Supa-Flex because at most he's only going to be drafting like 20% of these right now. And I bet whenever it's all said and done, he's drafted in less than 10% of this contest. And a running back too on a team that last year forced running the ball all the time. Now, in BBM, I would hold off, right? Something that's open the entire offseason, I would hold off. But if you're in a time box contest, I think Holani is a really, really smart pick right now. All right, so let's take Connor and act like he stays there and Love gets hurt on this team for a bring back situation there. I'm here. There he is. Hadn't seen you talk for a while. Welcome. Thanks for following. JT's like, yep. Shit eating grin. You could use the emojis since you have access to those emojis. You could use something like that. All right, so I feel really solid at all of these positions. Did I forget to move Malik Davis up? Okay, no, Malik Davis did go. So I also moved Malik Davis way up. We're going to take LaQuinn Allen. What's up, Goofy? If you guys aren't subbed to Goofy Chicken, what are you guys doing? Go give him a follow as well. Somebody made him a really, really fun intro as well. Go check that out. We got a 3, 7, 6, 4. Caleb Williams, Matt Stafford, Fernando Mendoza. Running backs, Chase Brown, Javonte Williams, Quinshon Judkins, Isaiah Pacheco, Sean Tucker, James Conner, LaQuint Allen. Oh, we may be going for a while tonight. So we're definitely doing some more. This is an awesome RB room. We got 3 absolute starters and then just some good depth. Puka, Rome, Godwin, Tucker, Debo, Jeremy Bernard, Tucker Kraft, Laporta, Isaiah Likely, and Eli Sowers. So we got the double bring back to the Detroit-Chicago game here with Sam Laporta and Pacheco to the Rome Caleb stack. We have the Matt Stafford, Puka Nacua stack. We almost tacked on a 5th tight end with Colby Parkinson, but decided not to. We got the bring back there with Godwin and Sean Tucker. And then we got Mendoza. We pulled Trey Tucker way up to secure him. And then we took James Conner just in case. Like I think Conner is just a fine pick anyway. I think there's a chance he ends up in either Detroit or Dallas as well. Maybe I'm crazy though. But that's my team. We're gonna go to JT's team. We got a 4-7-7-2. 4 quarterbacks with Josh Allen. Allen, Daniel Jones, and both Cleveland guys. I love this. This is an awesome quarterback room. This is kind of how I've been building my Allen and Lamar teams lately. I've been trying to push, and I'm only taking one of these. I don't think it's that bad to take both, though. You got Genty, Kyron, pushed to Dylan Sampson, Mike Washington. So you're just building out to fill your 2 running back spots. Generally, JT has very awesome wide receiver rooms, so this might be a really fun team here. Sampson, Mike Washington, Malik Davis also took to Malik Davis. Did you download my ranks and upload them? Did you do that? Because I didn't even mention him, but he is in my ranks. Jalen Wright. I did move him quite a bit up in the ranks today. DJ Moore, Brian Thomas, Alec Pierce, Josh Downs, Khalil Shakir, Denzel Boston, Cleveland, or Jerry Jeudy. So you have that Indianapolis-Cleveland game stacked out very well with the solo DJ Moore. And then Bowers and Warren. So you're going to flex side in a bit. That's actually fun. Do you take any Najee? I do. I take like 8 to 10% on him. I like the double Browns quarterbacks. Feels like Shedeur gets sniped every time I try that. I can't get there. I understand it, and I do think that it's a fine thing to do. I just can't get there. I don't know. So we got a 2-6-9-3 here. Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield, running backs, Jahmyr Gibbs, Travis, Breece Hall, Rico Dowdle, Kenneth Gainwell, Najee. That is a stout RB room. This is a lot better than mine. And then you got Igbuka, Terry McLaurin, Romeo Dobbs, Shaden Higgins, Jalen McMillan, Flournoy, Branch, Franklin Cup. So you got the double anchor, kind of like what JT did, but with wide receiver instead of running back. And then Kelsey, Ferg, Dulcich, just throwing darts down here. So you didn't end up getting any of the – you got Gibbs stacked up with Goff. That's perfectly fine. And then you got Igbuka stacked up. You don't have bringbacks, but I think it's bringbacks are only just okay, right? So anyway, if I missed you and you are a Who Crew member, say something. Moot Bars, I believe this is the first time you've been in a draft with me. Let me know if this is the first time you've been in an on-stream draft with me, because I do review your very first on-stream draft with me. I believe it is. You could lie if I've reviewed one, or you could tell me. It don't really matter. I'm not that worried about it. What's up, Hallie? Think I'd rather do that with Tua Penix because there's a guy named Trevor Siemian. Yeah, first draft. I thought so. We got a 3-6-7-4 here. Jalen Hurts, Trevor Lawrence, and Aaron Rodgers. Very solid. Achane, Jadarian Price, Rashad White, Tajay Spears, Ray Davis, Jordan James. Wide receivers, A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith. Trying to get some of that target share of both teams. Jalen Waddle, Metcalf, Diggs, Darnell Mooney, Wicks. Tight end, Andrews, Goddard, Strange, Freiermuth. Love this. Like, this is strong. This is a little weak, but you're leaning into the hero. So you got Brenton Strange stacked up. You have Devonta Smith and Goddard stacked up. They play the Niners. You don't have a bring back there. So this is a me problem. I'm generally not going to like any team that Jadarian Price is the running back team. I've built some like that. That doesn't mean I like it. I love this. Like, I think that the HN hero with these two is actually a pretty fun way to go about it. Oh, you do have the bring back. You got Jordan James. So it's a very well built team. Some players I personally don't like, but I think structure is more important than player takes in most cases. So very fun team. Very good team. All right. So we are going to do, you built it pretty well. So I assume you did see that you only start 3 receivers in Supa-Flex, and the third receiver spot becomes the Supa-Flex. So you have a flex and a Supa-Flex. So it, like, if you did see it, like, I mean, it looks like you built well either way. But if you didn't, it is something to note. Falcons are preferable. I actually prefer the Browns because I think that the Browns, I like Penix a lot more. Keaton Mitchell's a Charger? I didn't know that. No, you gotta. All right, so we're gonna jump in another field general though, everybody, and we're gonna jump in 15 seconds.
We never leave the brine. Fury, endless, breaks, relentless, fantasy, reigns, who waits, immortal.
I got the last spot, and we get the 101. We got Bukowski at the 2, we got Champ at the 4, we got Peanut at the 5, we got Game Tied at the 6, C Money at the 7, Big Sweezy at the 8, Dak at the 9, Delay at the 10. JT went from first to last. I went from 10th to the first. Suck it. Hi, y'all, says Peanut. Week 17. Yeah, so I'll fully explain what I mean by what I was saying. I like the price of the Browns players more than I like the price of the Falcons players attached to that. I don't like Zachariah Branch as a prospect, but I moved him up in my ranks today. I do think that he deserves that. It does sound like he's getting all the buzz, and that's fine. I'll move. I'll shift off of my feel of a player pre-draft. I'll do that. But other than that, you got Kyle Pitts, who's a fine pick, but not like a target. Drake London's a fine pick, but not a target. Bijan, you just have to be at a certain spot to get him. I just think that the Casey Concepcion and the Denzel Boston prices, one of those is very, very strong. So I tend to lean on that other side. And I tend to lean that if one of those is a good pick, that indie game is going to be a reasonably fun game. Like I know it sounds weird that the Cleveland indie game could sound fun, but let's not fool ourselves. That Miles Garrett not being on the Browns make that game a lot more interesting. And I'm not saying Jared Verse is a slouch. Jared Verse is awesome. Manager showing up. Got a dip. Peace. What's up, No Cap? At least casual Chad got in the first draft. Judkinson fan and stack. Well, like I think Denzel Boston is a great price right now. Like his price is way too cheap for his prospect profile. So we got almost a full crew in here. I don't know if the 11 hole is listening, and I don't know if the 3 hole is listening, but everyone else is a regular here. We got a lot of reviews to go here, I believe. So I'm going to be looking that up right now. We got to review the 2 hole. We got to review the 4, the 5, the 6, the 7, the 10, and the 12. So we got a lot of reviews at this one. But yeah, for those of you just popping in, if you weren't here at the beginning, we're doing a members only stream on Tuesday, and we're gonna go over Eliminator. I built something that I think is really fun, really cool for it. Gunnar Ross is going to be my members only guest. Gunnar Ross doesn't show himself that often. You're going to want to listen to that. And he's building some stuff out for Eliminator as well. He got second last year in it. I think that it's going to be some content that you definitely don't want to miss. All right, so how much Bo? I have a lot of Bo with Allen. I don't have any Kyler with Allen, so let's do that. Let's go Kyler Jefferson here. Let's do that. And then we're going to lean in on these 2 quarterbacks. We're going to very much lean into Kyler, Josh Allen. We spent the capital. We got Jefferson here. We're going to hope that some running backs are available at 48 through 73. And go hero, most likely just go hero wide receiver. If a wide receiver, like, don't think that I won't take another receiver at 48 though. Like if there is a value, I'm not going to let it push as well. But yeah, I'm pretty excited for that members only. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Gunnar is incredibly sharp. He's sharper than I am, so it's something you definitely want to. Gunnar Ross doesn't give up much of the alpha, but he knows. Yeah, absolutely. So, like, I feel very lucky to have him on, and I think you guys will definitely. And if you want to wait until you hear people, until some people watch it and they talk about it, if you want to ask people if it was worth it, and then get the membership and go back and watch it later, that's fine. You just won't be able to ask questions in the chat, right? So there's nothing wrong with that. So let's see what everybody's doing. JT building, he gets Pickens. That's fun. Dak Pickens with Hampton Herbert. So let me know. So I every once in a while, I'm assuming you have a plan here at 60. I've done the Herbert thing a few times where I go Herbert, Hampton, K Walker. And those teams feel fun. for sure. But yeah, I feel like I'm gonna go for a while tonight. I feel pretty good. Like I said, we got a nap earlier before the stream. So, and by the way, if you guys have any questions, like any kind of dynasty questions, like it is Supa-Flexin Sunday. We are here. We drafted Supa-Flex. You can ask dynasty questions on Supa-Flex. It's perfectly fine. That's allowed. You can ask questions about redraft. You can ask whatever questions you want. I will give you my opinion. I have no problem giving an opinion, and I have no problem admitting when that opinion was completely wrong. Like there was like a 1 month span that I thought AJ Brown was going to stay on the Eagles, and I pretty quickly was like, well, that was stupid. Pretty quickly got there. I would love to get Breece Hall back. Absolutely love to get Breece back for this game. Kind of figured that wasn't going to happen. Do I want to go Nico instead? I'm definitely going Travis. I think I'm going to go Travis and Kyron here. So for the audio listeners, we got a 2-2-1. We got Josh Allen, Kyler Murray, Travis, and Kyron Williams, and then Justin Jefferson. Pretty much an at ADP team for the most part, other than we pulled Kyler up with the Jefferson stack. But I do believe that a lot of the, like most situations that Kyler is paired with Josh Allen, it probably is with the Jefferson share. So we'll have to get unique down the line. And I do think that getting unique is something that is kind of over talked about. I think that in the first few rounds, getting the very unique pairings that nobody can get is something that matters a lot. But I don't think I think uniqueness matters within your portfolio more than it does overall whenever you're out of the first couple rounds, right? Like you just want your portfolio to be vast. Unless you're like Gritty. And shout out to Gritty, because I've asked him, and he's like, the reason he does what he does is because he wants to ship multiple contests the same year. And if you want to try to ship multiple contests in the same year and to have like the biggest best ball season of all time, having the giant exposures is the way to do that, right? So the like you, and it's exposures and like portfolio tracking, it's a risk tolerance kind of thing, right? I do think that most of the the players that are always doing well in these contests are people that are kind of tracking and managing their portfolio quite a bit. And a way to do that is to use the Bestball overlay, which is the tool that allows me to see this. Like I can click on Travion Henderson here. It shows me that I've got $42 on Travion in the Supa-Flex contest. 13.2% of my teams with him have Josh Allen on it. So, or 14.3. And same with all these other. So, like, I've taken him an equal amount with all the players. And for that information, go to Bestball Overlay, download it from the Chrome store. It'll auto update. You can separate out all of your portfolio by eliminator, by Supa-Flex, by regular season, by pre-draft, or you can have it all lumped into one if you want. If you want to just know that. I look at Supa-Flex as only the Supa-Flex contest, so that's just how I choose to do it. I mean, I know Bukowski's going to take the faller here in David Montgomery, but Garrett Wilson is definitely the pick I want again. I would love to get one of these Jets. So this is a pretty easy turn for me. We take David Montgomery, who I think is like, he's just he's the only piece that's not around ADP on this team. And I do think that the Garrett Wilson, Jefferson, Kyler thing is done a lot. And I do think that most of the times Kyler is with Josh Allen, it's probably a team that looks a lot like that. And the most important thing, obviously, is getting out of your own pod so you can get to the finals. So let's go over the team for the audio listeners. We got a 2-3-2-0. We got Josh Allen. We got Kyler Murray. Running backs, we got Travis, Kyron, Demont. Then we got Jefferson and Garrett Wilson. This team feels good. I don't know. What do you guys think? I think this team feels good. And if you guys are new to the channel, go ahead and hit that like. We got 39 likes. We're without a doubt doing a third draft. I'll probably put a like goal out there for a fourth draft. It'll probably be 60. I think we'll get to 60. But 60 likes for a fourth draft, most likely. Hey, look, we have another member, Rick Cruiser. Welcome.
Welcome to the Who Crew.
Looks like we got another review. Who get Gunner to take shots each round so he opens up a little bit about the alpha? Well, I will say this. Gunner told me that he's going to work like the next day and a half on finishing up some of his projections specifically for Eliminator. So I'm doing some back end stuff a lot tomorrow to get, like, I have my base thing done, but I'm going to add something else whenever I can find something. And maybe Mike Rob knows how. Like, I'll ask you, Mike Rob. Like, I've seen the chart where we have game totals all the way through the entire season. I'm looking. I need a chart with team totals, with just team total, not full game totals, but team totals through the whole season. And then I'm going to manually put that into the thing that we did. I made a second sheet to do that. So if anybody has a team total, not a game total chart, that would be fantastic. Let me know. Like, reach out to me on Discord. And if you want to chat in Discord, you can take the link down below. All right, so yeah, let's double up Tennessee here. So yeah, that's something that I need to look. I'm sure it exists. I just don't know exactly where to find it right now. I'll be able to find it. It'll just help me out a lot if I can get that chart fairly quickly. So I don't have to spend time finding it if anybody knows where it is. Hopefully Debo goes somewhere. None of the above. Are you in or out on Debo, the real Josh? I think I am in on Debo, but I'm also in on Surratt. So, like, it's good and bad. I think it's really bad for Surratt, as I was saying at the beginning of the show. I think it's really, really bad for Surratt if Debo goes there. Go to, like, the Giants and play for a bad team. Yeah, you already got you've been to the Super Bowl twice. It's all good, man. Did he win? He won one early on, right? I have none and likely will not have any. He's the type of guy you fade. We all have types of guys we fade. And apparently, a guy I've been bullish on for the past 2 seasons and had like 13% of. 2 years ago, I had 15% of, and last year I had like 10% of. Apparently, I'm a hater of him this year, which is Keaton Mitchell. Okay, so like the Ravens Niners game, right? Was he not there? in the Harbaugh Bowl. Because I think he got beat by Kansas City twice. But I don't remember. Does Debo Samuel have a Super Bowl ring? No, he doesn't. Okay, yeah, he was not there. So, got it. Dominating fools in this other draft. Yoo-hoo got lucky. I like Mitchell, but the fantasy dweebs hype this guy up every year. Yeah. I just looked it up. He wasn't there. I couldn't remember. He must have went there the year after. I mean, I will absolutely take a Deshaun Watson share all the way down here. If you want to, if you're listening, Bukowski, you got to take the Watson. You got to take the Watson if you want him here. You got to. If you want him, you got to take him before me. So, we got yeah, and speaking to what Hartman said here, like Gunnar Ross, like re-emphasized, he's like, it is members only, right? So he wouldn't be doing it if it was just information to everybody. He wants to support me by supporting the members. And like, I respect that. So we're just going to double tap these tight ends here. So I feel really strong about this team. Like, I got the week 17 thing. I got Tate as well, who could hit the flex. These running backs feel very solid. I might do the Pepperoni thing here and go 2 more tight ends at the next picks. This is the kind of team that I'm willing to pull Carson Beck way up on. I feel like incredibly confident Carson Beck starts at the end of the season. So I have him ranked like 10 spots ahead of ADP. So I got him 144. Yeah, exactly 10 spots ahead of ADP. I think he's a pretty solid pick on a team that, if you believe he's going to get to the playoffs, and I think the Raiders are a good matchup in week 17. I'm doing a Superflex Dynasty draft right now. I got Bowers and McBride in the 3-4. That's cool. Is it? Yeah, that's pretty fun. Is it 2 wide receiver, 3 wide receiver? Is it Superflex draft? Draft. It's draft. Got it. Yeah, that's the week 17 bring back, right? I think that that's fine. I even think that you may be able to add it. I think that I may build one like that. I haven't done it yet. I think if you do that, like adding a third by like Laporta and just saying you're going to flex tight end and maybe super flex tight end and go thin at quarterback, maybe it's a really weird season. Maybe all these tight ends are mispriced. I did a DK Millie the other day. That was really weird. I ended up with Bowers, Loveland, and Tucker Craft because Tucker Craft fell 20-some picks. What's up, Harry? Add in Eli Sowers at the end of that. Right, like add in some upside, like guys that could get. So I scared Dak into Carson Beck at 138. I told and it wasn't just a scare because I absolutely would have taken it. Like Dalton Kincaid is a pick I definitely want here. I mean, I'll fully stack the game. I won't stack it out because Bukowski took Jordan Addison. We're gonna go with him, and do I want? What else do we want? You know what? We're going to do the 4 tight end thing here. We're going to pull Chig up as well. And sorry to whoever has Jaden C money, but Chig is like my highest exposed tight end. So it is what it is. So for the audio listeners, we just did a thing. We got a 2-4-3-4. Josh Allen, Kyler Murray, Travis, Kyron, Demont, Tony Pollard, wide receiver, Jefferson, Garrett Wilson, Carnell Tate, tight ends. Did something a little different here. Travis Kelce, George Kittle, Dalton Kincaid, Chig Okonkwo. Ruined, says C Money. Yeah, oh, you only had the 1 tight end too. You took it. I think taking Andrews and hoping Chig comes back's the right move. I'm just a maniac, man. Just a maniac out here. You're welcome. You never know what you're going to get. Never know. So, like, I do think that this block of tight ends, though, they just project for as many or more points than the wide receivers, right? Like Kelce versus Sutton feels like it's probably pretty close. And it's weird because and I think that's why I've been saying all season in regular best ball, not the super flex, that I think double anchor receiver is kind of the way to go. I just think that the running backs and tight ends almost for sure outscore the wide receivers, like in rounds, basically rounds 10 through 14. I feel like the running backs and receivers, because the running backs dry up at about Tracy, but all those RBs feel like they're going to outscore them, and all those tight ends feel like they're going to outscore them as well. So I think that the best way to get to points, and points gives you teams to advance, which gives you money. Like, I think that these mid-round tight end builds are pretty fun. I'm doing weird stuff with all you savants in here. Don't mind me. Don't worry. We'll review it and we'll make fun of it. We're gonna judge it as if it's your best effort. Absolutely best effort. You don't disappoint, sir. Don't disappoint us. All right, so I don't want to go double Pacheco. Come on, don't make me go double Pacheco. You guys don't want me to go double Pacheco, do you? So Omar Cooper did go. I just needed Chig. I mean, I think Strange is just like a very good replacement because it is week 17 correlation, which I'm sure you know, right? That's why you did it. I was actually going to take Sadiq there if he fell too. All right. Man. I think we're going double Pacheco here. I don't take enough McMillan. We're going to take Pacheco. We're going to take Jalen McMillan here. As a third wide receiver in a build that I need a bye week that these guys don't have, which Trey Tucker is the same bye week as him. Denzel Boston, I do have ranked higher, but I need some more. Like, I don't dislike Jalen McMillan. I actually kind of like Jalen McMillan. And I prefer those other two, but I have 25% of Trey Tucker, and I'm up to like 13% or something on Denzel Boston. 14%, so 24.5, and then 14%. I don't want 0. I would like to be 5 to 8% on Jalen McMillan for sure. I think that if I'm going to fade Igbuka at cost, it only makes sense to be in on Godwin and McMillan and maybe Ted Hurst, right? It only makes sense to do that. So I think this team is pretty solid. It feels weird to get double Pacheco though. Like, I mean, he fell 18 picks in this draft, right? He went at 168. His ADP is 150. And I only had 4 running back. It's kind of one of those, I kind of had to do it things, right? Like I didn't really, if I want to have like some of these players when it's a player I don't have a lot of and they fall that far, it just makes sense to take them, especially whenever I could use that position on the team as well. But yeah, if you guys are just popping in here, go ahead and hit the like. We're doing a 3rd draft for sure, and a 4th draft if we get to 60 which is only 16 away. So 16 more likes for 2 more drafts, basically. The first one already locked in. We'll get there. I'm positive. Also, if you're new to the channel and you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the chill music, if you enjoy me being bad at this game and you want to get EV, if you want to draft with me and get EV, all you got to do, hit the sub. That's it. Draft with me, get EV. It's easy. It's free. All you got to do, hit the sub, and then jump in drafts whenever I'm here. And then this guy who you think sucks at this game and has sucked at this game for the last 2 years, you can jump in drafts with me. Draft with who? He ain't got a clue. Right? Smash that like. I'll look that up in just a second. Had to take Addison where I got him to. Yeah, no, I get it. Addison was kind of a clear bet there, I think. I think he was kind of clearly the top guy. I mean, it's kind of like if Juwan Jennings falls here, I have to take him 20-some picks after ADP, 15 picks after mine, and a stack, right? Like, I kind of have to do that. Do I want to do that? I'm going to take Ray Davis. I did that purely to scare C-Money. It didn't matter. Bukowski did it. Bukowski's like, nope, I ain't scaring him. I'm not scaring him at all. He's mine. He's all mine. Good luck learning Jalen Lane, buddy. I did see that you have Terry McLaurin, so you're not toast. Yeah, that was pretty good stuff. That was pretty funny. Best queue up Jalen Lane and Traylon Burks, buddy. Come on, guy. You better take him now before the other side of the board gets in on the bit too. All right, so he takes Zachariah Branch instead, who he's been moving up the board as well. By the way, if you're a member, if you're in the Discord, I put my new ranks up in the Discord today, literally right before the stream. So if you want to pop them in and see how much of a crazy person I really am, all you got to do, jump in there. Bye week 7 is out at this point. Oh yeah. Yeah, that is the worst thing about that Jaguars Commanders game, is it gets you into this weird thing. So last year, I've tried to land the Jaden Daniels T-Law thing. I've not got a single version of that. I even got Jaden Daniels at 9 in a draft, and somebody took Trevor Lawrence at the 12. It's like, are you kidding me? This was my chance. It was my one chance. It was my one shot. Ruined. Absolutely ruined. Yeah, but I feel like this year there's a lot less games that the Week 17 matchup are the same buys. If I remember right, last year was like 4 or 5 of the games, the teams that played each other had the same bye week. A lot of it was that there was a late bye that had 6 teams on it, and like almost every team that had a bye week that week played each other Week 17. The way the schedule worked out. Many won't attempt this. Justice Hill. T-Law, Burrow, and T-Law Daniels. 2. Really? I don't have any T-Law Daniels. I've actually not gotten a whole lot of I've not gotten to a whole lot of T-Law because I like Justin Herbert way above him. I have the whole time. And I tend to like the elite receivers in that round, to be honest with you. We're going to do the double. I don't. Do I really need to do that? We're taking Mariota to add to the bit. Your team's dead, C-Money. Completely dead. It's all dead. I think I can support, with this group, I can support Chris Bell here. It is a Week 17 bring back as well. So we'll go ahead and do that. Now, by Week 6, I probably should have thought about that a little bit. By Week 6, we only have Tate, McMillan, and Bell. Yeah, we'll be drafting another receiver at the end here for sure. I'm torn on Herbert. I still click his name, but I prefer Lawrence. Really? So I did a DraftKings main, I think it was, where I got T-Law naked at 94. I think it was. Because I did my 2 today. I definitely, just so you guys are aware, I definitely didn't draft a team on my phone driving to work at 4:30 a.m. this morning. I definitely didn't do that. That definitely didn't happen. I definitely didn't do that, guys. I definitely didn't regret it. I think it was this one that I definitely didn't draft on the way to work. Yeah, here it is. So we got the 2 spot. Went Bijan, Nico, Olave. I was in a dead zone and auto DJ Moore whenever I queued up Jalen Waddle, and it didn't take the Waddle. I should have had Waddle plus Swift here, but I didn't get it. Took Tony Pollard, Tucker Kraft. I pulled him up because I didn't like what was going on. I didn't like this at all. I needed a running back, so I pulled Pollard up. I took Kraft, got T-Law back at 95, pushed around Jacoby Myers. Tyler Shuck here to stack up with Olave with the Bijan bring back. Rashad White, Chig, Britton Strange, Boston Kamara for the double, Katron Allen, Branch for the double, Michael Penix for a second quarterback late in the season, Jordan James and Devon Bailey. I definitely didn't drive that on the way to work, or draft that. Honestly, it's Underdog's fault for making drafts so easy. What are we talking about? Oh, for making drafting so easy. No, it was on DraftKings. It was actually on DraftKings. And yeah, you're right. It definitely wasn't my fault for making a decision to not draft it on the way to work. Definitely not my fault. I dodged 3 deer on the way to work today too. Dodged all 3 of them. There were 4 deer. I think there were 4 deer that were absolutely destroyed on my way to work. Like I dodged 2 that were alive and 2 that were laid in the middle of the road dead. So it was an eventful day. Very eventful drive to work today. I mean, Cooper Kupp would fit this team very, very well. Cooper Kupp should still have a job by week 6. All I really need in this is something for week 6 as well. So if Cooper Kupp, but what we really need is our 42 points from Skylar Bell. If you guys have been listening, we continually have said Skylar Bell, our bold prediction is he gets 42 points in week 17. So let's commit to the bit. I'm okay taking this pick for the bit. All right, so not being serious, but I actually don't mind him as much. Got it. I have the implied. Oh, nice, sweet. I appreciate that. I'll show you what I'm working on. I know you're not a member, but I'll show you the back end of what I'm doing. If Ridley and Kirk stay alive to week 8, I'll be all right. All right, so we're going to go through my team, and then we're going to go through basically everybody's team because most of everybody is a member. And if you guys are just joining, if you can smash a like, that'd be fantastic. And remember, after the next draft, if we're not to 60 likes, we're done. But we'll do a 4th draft if we get to 60 by then. We got a 3, 6, 7, 4. Josh Allen, Kyler Murray, Marcus Mariota. Running backs, Travis, Kyron Williams, David Montgomery, Tony Pollard, Isaiah Pacheco, Ray Davis. Feels fine. Wide receivers, Justin Jefferson, Garrett Wilson for the bring back, Carnell Tate, Jalen McMillan, Juwan Jennings for the double, Chris Bell for the bring back, Skylar Bell for the double, maybe triple if you count Ray Davis. Tight ends, Kelsey Kittle, Dalton Kincaid for the double stack, Chig for the possible stack, maybe. I think this is a really fun team, so good luck to me. No, it's all good, man. I mean, I took Chig way before ADP as a 4th tight end. You don't have to apologize to me for anything. Like, it should probably be me apologizing to you, but we're not going to do that because Chig is underpriced. We got a 3, 6, 7, 4. Brock Purdy, Bo Nix, JJ McCarthy. Look at this. You could be the one. You could be the one to be the 666 sub. If you sub and you're 666, let me know. We'll give you a little shout out. Vaporware on it. Welcome, Vapor, by the way. And shout out to Vaporware. The logo's been altered a bunch. But the base, he was the one that assisted me with like some of the Grok imaging that helped me get to where I am with the logo. So shout out to Vaporware. Running back, Jahmyr Gibbs, Breece Hall, Travion Henderson, Keaton Mitchell, Brian Robinson, and Braylon Allen. Nico Collins, Tedero McMillan, Jordan Tyson, Cortland Sutton, Chris Godwin, Jordan Addison, Antonio Williams. I like that. Hey, you are listening. You are listening. Welcome. Welcome. Is it Callie or Kale Elliott? It's not Callie. What am I doing? Kale Elliott. Welcome.
Welcome to the Hook Crew.
Not only do you get a team review, but if you become a member, I get to butcher your name for free. Like, you're welcome. All right, so let's put the music back on. Back to the review. So Keaton Mitchell, Brian Robinson, and Braylon Allen. I do think that Keaton Mitchell's a fine pick in this kind of team. I still think Keaton's like 20 picks too early. Nico, Ted Aroa, Jordan Tyson, Cortland Sutton, Chris Godwin, Jordan Addison, and Antonio Williams. Tight end, Tucker Kraft, TJ Hawkinson, Eli Sowers, and Jake Tonches. I like it. I like it overall. There we go. Vapor got it. Liquid AJ. JJ, way past ADP. Way past ADP. Look at that value. 239. Look at that value. I blame my parents. This is Kyle. Oh, nice. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. And we got Kale here. We got a 4-5-8-3. Lamar, Stafford, Watson, Mac Jones. That's a pretty fun little squad there. We got James Cook, Javonte Williams, Chuba Hubbard, Aaron Jones, JCM. I mean, that's a pretty big fall on a he's not practicing, but almost for sure going to actually be okay price. I still think that Katron getting more reps is bad news for JCM overall. But I do think that I will be buying a little bit of the dip here and there with JCM if he's going to fall 20 picks. I like this running back room, and I like that he's your RB5 and you stopped. We got A.J. Brown, Zay Flowers, Igbuka, Romadudze, Jerry Jeudy, Trey Harris, Troy Franklin, Surratt, not worried about the Debo stuff. Gadsden, Sadiq, and Barner. That looks like it works. You got the you didn't end up stacking up Stafford at all, but that's fine. Like, you got Lamar. This is a Lamar team, and you're looking to get Mac Jones in there at the end. It's a fun team. I do think stacking isn't like absolutely required as well. I mean, basically all it would take is for Stafford to have a 4-touchdown game or a 5-touchdown game where he throws 3 of them to tight ends, which he done a couple times last year, right? Like, he done a couple, like 3-touchdown to tight end games last year. My alt got Candyman to 1K and you to 6. Man, look at your alt is a legend. Poorly DJ'd. Long as we're talking Kale and not Kale. Yeah, exactly. We got a 3-6-9-3 by Steven here. Jared Goff, CJ Stroud, Cam Ward, running backs, Bijan Robinson, Ashton Genty. Literally my favorite possible start in Superflex is Bijan Genty. Like, this is my favorite start. Then you got Rico, Tracy, Tucker, Connor. Like, I would for sure build this exact room. T. Higgins, Luther Burden, Romeo Dobbs, Jaden Higgins. I would probably not build this room anymore. I actually think he's fine in this range, though. I have a hard time. Like I said earlier, I am starting to warm up a little bit to Burden at ADP. I hope he doesn't steam out. I'll still never take him before level. Isaac Tesla, Stribling, Jeremy Bernard, Malik Washington, Cooper Kupp. Yeah, you actually did need Cooper Kupp for this specific team. I think that's a very good pick on this team. Because you got Dobbs, maybe gets, like, there was a sign. I don't know if you guys watched Jerry's stream today, but Fancy Dog Pound said that Kyle Williams changed his number and then to what Diggs' number was last year and then changed it back, which is a sign that maybe Diggs is going to go back to New England. Very interesting little thought thing there, which would be horrible for Dobbs, right? And then Laporta and Jake Ferguson. That's a solid team there by Steven. Peanut Punch. Kale, did I skip Kale? I reviewed Kale. He's a Lamar Jackson team. and the unstacked Stafford, right? And I went into talking about how I think I got sidetracked, but all you need is for Matt Stafford to throw the touchdowns to like tight ends for a week, basically. My bad. I'm blind. It's all good. You're still reeling from the Chig pick. I get it. Some asshole took Chig, ruined your whole day. Now you can't even see straight. I understand. We got a 4-6-7-3 here by Peanut. We got Patrick Mahomes, Sam Darnold, Geno Smith, Joe Flacco. Very, very usable quarterback room. Looking for some late season upside. I'm going to guess that you're loaded at the skill positions. Derrick Henry, Quinshon Judkins, Rashad White, Jordan Mason, Tank Bigsby, Jalen Wright. That works. I seen the DJ and added the DeMar Chase. So you got DeMar Chase and JJ Moore here. Brian Thomas, Xavier Worthy, Ricky Pearsall, Rashid Shaheed, Tank Dell. That's a really strong wide receiver room. Tons of spike week upside down here. All of these are just spike week monsters. And you got 3 anchors. Trey McBride, Cade Otton, and Dulcich. Very, very strong team by Peanut there. We got game tight. It'll be tomorrow before I recover. It says we got a 3-7-7-3 here. We got Drake May, Tyler Shuck, and Daniel Jones. Running backs: DeAndre Swift, Bashaw Tootin, Jonathan Brooks, Tyler Algier, Nicholas Singleton, Mike Washington, Devin Neal. Wide receivers: Amon-Ra, CeeDee Lamb, Alec Pierce. This feels so good. This is a very well-built team. Matthew Gold. So both Indy receivers, Matthew Golden, Adonai Mitchell, Kayshon Boutte. You did end up getting Daniel Jones a little after ADP here, and then you double stacked it afterwards, which is super fun. Tyler Ward. So the triple actually: Hunter Henry, Gunnar Helm. Like, I love this exact RB room doing something like this. The Brooks Tootin double in a 0 RB style room, like, or you add like a Rashad White instead of Brooks or something, like, it feels so good. Tons of upside. That's one of the better, like, in my opinion, game tight. This is one of the better teams I've seen you draft at Superflex. I really, really do like this team. Shout out. We got C Money here. Welcome, Kale. Good all around site. Who is built? I built a community. I didn't build Underdog, believe it or not. I know there's rumors out there that I've built Underdog. I would like to say those accusations are false, just so you're aware. We got C Money here. We got a 3-6-9-3 or 2. I can't read either. I didn't build the site and I can't read. So I've got 2 things going for me. We got Jade Daniels, Trevor Lawrence, something I can't get. And I see it all the time. Who invented EV? Yeah, by you joining my lobbies, you get it. It's free. Saquon Barkley, Bucky Irving, Ramondre Stevenson, Kenneth Gainwell, Dylan Sampson, and Justice Hill. That works. The 79, I basically, where did he go? Did he go before or after 2? So that's actually exactly where I have him ranked now. I have Bucky 1 spot behind Tootin and 1 spot ahead of Jadarian Price. I think that's where I'm going to keep him. I think that is a fair price. Rashid Rice, Terry McLaurin, Parker Washington, Jacoby Myers, Travis Hunter, like 7. Ryan Flournoy, Zachariah Branch, Calvin Ridley, Christian Kirk, Andrews, and Brenton Strange. Well, hopefully you survive week 7. Luckily, none of your RBs are week 7 bye, so it should be fine. We got Dak here. Welcome once again. Thank you for becoming a member, and thank you as well, Kale, for being a member. We got a 3-7-7-3 here. Jalen Hurts, Jordan Love, Carson Beck. Scared you into the Carson Beck pick. Jeremiah Love, Josh Jacobs, Jonah Cole. So this is leaning in to the Josh Jacobs news. I do think that he's a better pick on Superflex right now because this contest is going to close and his ADP is like probably near the bottom right now. Jonah Coleman, Emmett Johnson, Katron Allen, Emmanuel Wilson, Jordan James. So a double anchor RB with just some big upside, a bunch of rookie help. Emmanuel Wilson, who you think may be the RB2. Rumors seem to be that he's not, but Jordan James seems to be the RB2, and that's an offense we definitely want. Jackson Smith and Jigba, Mike Evans, Jamison Williams, Marvin Harrison, Jaden Reed, Omar Cooper, Dontavian Wicks, tight end, Colson Loveland, Dallas Goddard, and Colby Parkinson. That is very strong. I've done this exact thing. Like, let me know. Did you take Loveland, Goddard, and then realize you don't have a bye week 10? Or you don't have anybody week 10? Because I've done that more than once. And then you're like, oh, crap, let's add somebody. Let's get that 4 points later. Because I've definitely done that exact thing. 2 more reviews and then a new team. And by the way, we're 10 likes away from locking in a 4th draft after the 3rd draft as well. If you're watching, smash that like. Feels good afterwards. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, no problem. I've seen you in a draft of mine before. I don't know that you have chatted yet, but the community is awesome. They're very accepting. I mean, they like me. So what more can you ask for? I didn't even realize. Yeah, I did that exact thing a couple of. Oh man, why am I doing? Kind of thing. We got a 3-7-7-3. We got Joe Burrow, Jackson Dart, Shitter, Chase Brown, Kenneth Walker, Cam Scatterbo, Darian Price. Like this is where I like to take. I don't take much Price, but in a room like this, it makes sense. I think he correlates really well with Scatterbo as well. The problem is that in non-Superflex, they go on opposite sides of the board. We got Alvin Kamara, Marshawn Lloyd, and Damon Claiborne. Wide receivers, Olave, Waddle, Mekhi Lemon, Casey Concepcion, Jalen Coker, Denzel Boston, Malachi Fields. Tight end, Kyle Pitts, Isaiah Likely, and Gesicki. So we don't got a bring back in that game. Don't got to bring back that game. It don't matter. You're stacked up. Okay. Are you stacked up with Dart? Yeah, you got the best stack with Dart. You got Cam Scatterbo, wide receiver 1. And Malachi Fields, who I actually think is a really, really fun, high upside late pick right now. Very good team there. And then JT, you're the one that ended up stacking up Dak. I took a quick Dak. It's all good, man. Hey, I got to support the members. And the only way I can right now, I do think that the Gunnar Ross episode is going to be absolutely worth it to you guys. I think it's going to be awesome. We got a 3-6-7-4. Dak Prescott, Justin Herbert, and Aaron Rodgers. Running back, Omarion Hampton, Jalen Warren, Blake Corum, Kamani Vidal, Malik Davis, Phil Maffa. The double. I think Phil Maffa is probably a really fine pick in Superflex with it being 80% full, and he's not been drafted at all. If Javonte went down and they're splitting the workload, this team is loaded. Pickens, Ladd, Christian Watson, DK Metcalf, Quentin Johnson, Michael Pittman, Darnell Mooney, Jawan Johnson, Dalton Schultz, Pat Fry, and David Njoku. So you got 3 teams stacked up very well. I mean, it looks pretty good. You got a really nice one-off here in Christian Watson. You got another one-off here and a bring-back here in Darnell Mooney. You got a one-off here in Dalton Schultz and another one-off here. So you're very stacked all the way through. 3 giant bets on offenses with one-off at every position. Another fun team there by JT. So I'm glad I get to not talk for a minute. So we're going to do the countdown. We're going to join another field general. And I'm going to just turn the music up for a second after it and rest my voice since I just read through all of those teams. But we're going to jump in this field general. and we're going to jump in 15 seconds.
We never leave the grind. Fury, endless, mix, relentless, fantasy, reigns, who waits, immortal.
All right, we're waiting. And once this draft starts, I will start talking again. But we're gonna listen to the Who, the original song Jamie made for me.
It's time to draft another one. Deep in the frenzy, who aims unleashes the storm. DraftKings battles raging, underdog forms the swarm. Best ball, mini explodes, DFS in the core. Rookie drafts on fire, streaming more and more. YouTube channel pumping, Degens energy unbound. Collab with a Tyler, best ball Jeopardy renowned. Tournaments clashing fierce, weekly grids in the fight. Best ball Degens unite, dominating the night. Oh yeah, blazing through the streets. Best ball dynasty judge, shattering all doubts, checking all the chaos in the madness. Gut calls, plotting routes, fantasy fury in the queue, unleashing the scouts.
Hey, what's up, Sustainable? Welcome. I hope you enjoyed the content. Good luck. First time you're in, I will review your team for free. But you can also become a member and get your team reviewed every time you jump into the lobby with me as well. So we got the 111. We got Sustainable at the 12. We got Jaguar at the 9. Welcome, sir. Bukowski at the 7. Kale at the 5. PP Punch at the 4. JT at the 3. Taking dollars. Taking Gibbs at the 2. What's up, Jaguar? How we doing? How we doing, Jaguar? 5 more likes for another draft. It's up to you. It's in your hands. It's in your hands, guys. All right, so I think Jonathan Taylor's kind of the clear bet here. But I'm going to pull Herbert up because I have an absolute bag of Jonathan Taylor because I have him ahead of CMC. And like I have 19% of my JT teams have Herbert on it. I believe I'm reading that the correct way. I need to make sure I am. But I would have taken CMC there if he would have fell. That was the reason to do that. Like, I do not mind. So I have 33% with those guys. I don't have a Herbert with JSN pick. I also don't have a Herbert with Amon-Ra. And we're going to do that instead. I don't think this will be something that's done like at all. And I don't really think that Amon-Ra versus the other players around there is that different. I also think that Herbert should go ahead of Trevor Lawrence and Caleb Williams. Like in all formats. Like I like Herbert above Jalen Hurts, honestly. Like that's just me personally. So, but this combination will be like, it won't be done at all. And whenever I talk about getting unique earlier, in the first couple of rounds is kind of where it really could matter, right? And I'm pretty bullish on Amon-Ra this year as well. So these are 2 players I'm bullish on. I would like to have this combination in my portfolio. There's 0 chance that Amon-Ra makes it all the way back down to round 3 as well. So the only way to do this player combination is to do it here. I would not recommend to ever do this whenever contest is like opening, but we're 80% filled. I don't know what the right number is, but for me, it's like between 75 and 80%. I feel like at that point is kind of where you could start getting where you could start doing some things, right? Start getting some unique pairings that you want. I've done 100 some of these drafts. I think this is like 104. I'm behind fill rate for sure. No, I did a whole bunch of them one day last week. Where are we at? We've done 106. Is what we've done. So that's what we're doing right meow. I'm at 112. Hard to keep up. Yeah, I'm gonna buckle down someday this week and do a bunch. I haven't multi-tabled yet. I might wait till next week. It could fill next week. But I think whenever it's getting close, I'm going to multi-table a few. I'm going to make sure to max this contest, I think. I've not been pushing it too much because I want to make sure I can do Supa-Flexin Sunday every week. 91 tough. It's been tough to get them in. Yeah, it's not filling as fast as a puppy by any means, but some of us work, right? Like, some of us don't like to multi-table that much as well. So I'm one of those. I don't really love to multi-table. So Peanut getting weird here with Bijan, Genty, and then taking Naked Golf. I would love to get Hampton here, but we don't. We'll take Derrick Henry. And we might just take Bowers. I don't know. What do I want? What do I want here? I don't have any Bowers with any of those players. So we're going to take Bowers here. We're starting weird. We're getting weird in this one. We got Justin Herbert. We got Derrick Henry. We have Amon-Ra. We have Brock Bowers. We got a guy at every position right now. We got maybe wide receiver 2 on the season. Let's just assume Amon-Ra is wide receiver 3 since he does that every season. And then we probably have tight end 1 or 2. We got Justin Herbert, who could be an MVP candidate. And then we got Derrick Henry, who absolutely wrecks in postseason every year. Who would you take? Chig, Juwan Johnson, Ryan Flournoy. Kelsey is my tight end. My wide receivers are Puka, Neighbors, JMO, Michael Wilson, Chig. Like I kind of think Chig should be in the likely range. If you look at what Jaden Daniels done with Zach Ertz, who wasn't like really that athletic, I think that we know that Jaden Daniels will distribute the ball. It's an offense I want to be a part of. I still want to be a part of the Saints offense, and Juwan Johnson and Chuck did have a connection as well. I just think the upside overall is higher for Chig, and maybe I'm wrong, but yeah. Right, and like Chig can break those long runs too, right? Like he's way more athletic. Juwan Johnson is an absolute pro, and it probably depends mostly on what. Like Kelsey is your only tight end, so I think Kelsey gives you like that floor play. I think if your number 1 tight end was Dalton Kincaid, you could probably argue Juwan Johnson a little more there. I think I was very, very in on Flournoy to start the offseason. He was one of my number 1 drafted players in pre-draft. Like, I will show it to you here in a minute. Not that all of my exposures were good in pre-draft, because I had a bag of Emmett Johnson at high ADP. And by the way, we're 4 likes away. We need 4 more likes to lock in the draft after this one. I feel like we'll get there, though. Also, if you're new to the stream and you haven't hit the sub, go ahead and hit the sub. We will do a 24-hour live stream at 1,000 subs. Assuming we get there. The goal is before the NFL season. So if we don't get there before the NFL season, I may not end up committing to it. Like I may not do it. Like the goal has always been before the NFL season. I've been pretty adamant about that, mostly because after the season starts, the only time I could do it would be to do like the second quarter. So it'd have to wait like an entire month, right? But I would probably do it for that as well. But I'm not going to lock that in. Hey, well, we got 60, so we are doing another draft. Hopefully we got another member or two, or another subscription. So I will be live every Sunday night doing Superflex. We're going to do Supa-Flexin Sundays. It's a thing we're doing all off season. And if we don't have any Superflex content to do, we're going to have to figure something. Like we'll do other things. We're not going to stop the Sunday night, the 6:30 Central Sunday night streams. We also go live every Monday through Friday, or Monday through Thursday, 4 p.m. Central. This week, we're having a members only stream, which will be pretty fun as well on Tuesday. Oh boy, wife not going to be happy. About what? What is the wife not? Did she catch you drafting again? All right, so pre-draft exposure, wide receiver, Omar Cooper, Jeremy Bernard, Pat Bryant, still not upset at, Amon-Ra, Ryan Flournoy, Tate, Zay Flowers. I did not expect them to take. I was very bullish on Wan'Dale when he went there. I did not expect them to take Tate. If they'd had Jeremiah Love instead, I would be incredibly happy about that exposure. Olave and Pierce. The only one of these, I'm not upset at the Bryant. I'm a little leery on it, and I don't know that I love the Alec Pierce anymore. Right. So that's kind of like my exposure. But if I'm only missing 2 of my top so many, and I don't even think that Pierce is a bad pick either way. Like he's still going to the same spot. The foot injury is a little worrisome, but it's fine. It'll be perfectly fine. So we got she's turned all the lights off. Does that mean something in her world? Let me know. What level of anger is I'm turning all the lights off? What level, or is that a sign that you should stop drafting and go visit her? All right, I mean, Lad would be fantastic, but I doubt I get Lad. We do get Lad. Let's build this a 0 RB style team. We're going to take Lad here. And I want one of these two. Who do I want here? Let's bring up Christian Watson here. We're going to go heavy receiver. We don't do the heavy receiver thing often. We're going to lean on Derrick Henry on this team. And then we're going to lean on Brock Bowers as well. Are you ever coming inside? Or are you going to draft all night? Uh-oh. JT, did you answer draft all night? Or did you cower in fear? Let us know. So the poll right now, 40% says Debo landing in Ravens. The hype is real. 14% says back to Washington. 21% says Casey needs a role model. And 24% says Bills need another gadget type, which is obviously the troll answer. Well, the answer is I need a sandwich, says Bukowski. I'll be in 5 minutes. Is she really bad at time? Like, because there's zero chance that you're back in 5 minutes. If you need me to, I can do your review first this time. I mean, I guess you're first in the order anyway, right? So, don't die on us. Protect yourself. Remember, protect yourself. Protect. 5 minutes. Yeah, so I really don't know how I feel about this team. We got Herbert, we got Mendoza, we got Bryce Young. We got Amon-Ra, Ladd, and Christian Watson. If Harrison comes back to us, I got to quit. I skipped over a question earlier. Was it on Marvin Harrison? Let me know. I glanced over it, said I was going to answer it, and then I didn't. Was it Marvin Harrison or not? I can't remember. Hopefully she falls asleep because I'm here for the next draft. JT, you're a legend. JT's an absolute legend, guys. Absolute legend. All right. I mean, I do massively prefer Tyson to Harrison, but I think if we're going to do the Bowers thing, we might as well do the Harrison thing here too. Like I got reminded the other day that we're going to actually pull Jonathan Brooks up first since Harrison's not here. Like, I think as a community, we forgot that he had his appendix removed mid-season and tried to come back from it, right? So when that offense was cooking with Brissett, he wasn't healthy, but he had his appendix removed, right? Like mid-season. So we don't know. We haven't seen him with Brissett yet. Not that we may not even see Brissett. Who knows, right? Who knows? I would love to get Gainwell or Dobbins here. I think is clearly the play for me. Gainwell it is. So for the audio listeners, we got a 3-3-3-1 here. Justin Herbert, Mendoza, Bryce Young, Derrick Henry, Jonathan Brooks stacked up with Bryce Young, Kenneth Gainwell, Amon-Ra, Ladd McConkey stacked up with Herbert, Christian Watson, and Broccoli Bowers. W, says C Money. W. Yeah, we got 15 of you watching over on X. If y'all can do me a favor, if you're over on X and you haven't came over to the YouTube side and given me a sub yet, come on over to the YouTube side, give me a sub, support the channel. That's I don't get anything from X. You got to have an insane amount of followers over there on X to really do anything. I know most of you that watch on X watch every day. So most of you have probably already helped me out. Come over and sub. But if there's one of you who hasn't, it would be a big help if you could do that. And then you can listen to this banger music for even longer. So, but yeah, I need to, like, BTJ and Marvin Harrison, I'm thinking about move. I think they're clearly the two receivers to take in round 6 in regular drafts at this point. I think I'm kind of to that point. My problem is I just think that Drake May and Jaden Daniels are mispriced by like a full round. And I mean, I think that Lamar is too. But it's hard to take Lamar whenever I think that the tier of wide receivers in that range is just better than the Harrison Brian Thomas tier. And you get a quarterback who's pretty close in Drake May or Jaden Daniels, right? But in Superflex, I think that, like, do I think that Parker Washington's a good pick? I do. But I think that Brian Thomas is probably the better pick. Like, Parker Washington's going to be the guy getting all the hospital balls that Trevor Lawrence will, in fact, throw. That's part of the Trevor Lawrence brand, is ruining his receivers, right? I mean, Michael Wilson's way after ADP here. And it's a Week 17 game stack. We could do that. We could also double up. We're going to take Michael Wilson here, which we don't do very often. And we'll probably take... we might take Xavier Worthy, actually. Xavier Worthy would give me a different bye week. I could stop at 5 receivers if I wanted to, if I take Worthy, I think. I probably won't. I'll probably try to fill the flex through wide receiver. Do I want... like, since Kelsey is gone, Worthy's the only real bring back for this game. So, what do I do? I don't love the Quentin Johnston price. I don't mind the Worthy price. I probably need to flip Pittman and QJ in my ranks. I don't love the QJ price. But we ended up going with Worthy for the Week 17 bring back. So we went double bring back to back there. Michael Wilson actually was on a fall. How much Michael Wilson do I have? So that puts me to 3% Michael Wilson. That feels about right. I'm going to guess most of the Michael Wilson is actually tied to Mendoza. And for you, those of you who don't have the overlay, I will show you what it looks like here. Like, this will mess up my... You guys can see all that now. But I can click Mendoza here. And I can click Michael Wilson, right? Is there a show drafted? So I can click Michael Wilson. Is it here? It's been a while since I've messed with this. I'm not doing a good job. But I know during the draft, you can put those people up there. Oh, yeah, that's how you do it. So I have Mendoza in the queue. I can look at Michael Wilson here. I can click that, and I can kind of look at what we have. So I don't have him with Herbert at all. I have him with Young. I don't have him with Bowers, so that's a good thing. That means I probably don't have him with Mendoza either. So that's a good thing to know, right? That's just a good thing to know. All right, so back here, I was going to sign up for the sidekick, but saw they're smoking a lot for $200 above. I've been using Spike Week for years. I originally had Spike Week, and I loved it. I prefer Mozilla to Google Chrome. I do really like the direction that this the Best Ball overlay went though. I really do like it. It looks so clean. It's actually awesome for the daily. So the one thing about the Best Ball overlay, and for me specifically, it helped me a lot in the dailies because it gave you, like, during the daily time, you get the game totals and stuff like that too. So in your BRs in those drafts, you get like game totals, stuff that you can have access to anyway, but like it literally shows you a dome, game totals, stuff like that on there. And you get to see your combinations, which is a massive deal. Like combinations is like everything in dailies. So, I mean, this is actually a Keaton Mitchell team. Oh, not a Keaton Mitchell team. We tried to make it a Keaton Mitchell team. It's not a Keaton Mitchell team. So, we're going to go with Tyler Algier here. And then we're probably going to take Juwan or Britton Strange, unless they take both. We're going to take one of them. Algier just feels like a guy who's going to get a couple touchdowns, help you advance. I want to take a lot of shots at late running back on this team. So Algier is a guy who hopefully gets a couple TDs early and allows me to get there. All right, so we get Juwan Johnson. I don't mind. I don't really mind which one. I think both of them are perfectly fine. I do prefer Chig to those guys. Chig went at 139 in this draft. Look at that. Look at the crew. I know that I can't remember who Stooge 1 is, but I believe you listen. And by the way, if you guys are new to the channel and you haven't subbed yet, that would be great. We hit 666 subs just a minute ago. Oh, we are no longer at 666. And by the way, shout out Vaporware. The 1K sub on Candyman and the 666 sub on mine. Legendary status there on his ult. So we got 62 likes, so we're locked in for a fourth draft. I will go use the restroom after I review all the teams and queue up. I will do the same thing. I'll put the music up for a minute. I'll probably actually do the stream is starting sound, just because. Do you guys like that? Like, let me know in the chat right now. Do you guys like the stream starting and the 2-minute countdown? Do you like that being a thing, or would you prefer it to be removed and to just load in like I used to, talk for a minute, run the other intro, and then start up? Let me know which one do you prefer. I was just kind of trying something different. I think it's pretty. I think the little video is pretty neat. The song just sounds good. Doesn't bother you, like as long as it's not bothering people. And it seems like some people pop in and then pop right back out when it starts, and then they come back when it's over. I think so. Not that it's not that big of a deal. I'm just kind of curious. Look at these running backs up top. Look at all those guys. I mean, Jonah Coleman, I'm not a big fan of him, but this is pretty far down the board. So I need the upside swings on this team more than I need the Sean Tucker type. So because of that, I'm going to take Jonah Coleman first. Then I'll take one of these three. I haven't taken a player I have a clip on yet, have I? Not yet. We do have Boston clip, but it's not for this team. Trey Harris is kind of a smash pick. There's a small chance he makes it all the way back around to me, though. Katron Allen and Bigsby, I think, are like the definite picks for this team. So we're going to go with one of those two for sure. So we get K-Tron. That's the one I wanted the most. I think both of them were really good picks. Denzel Boston's a really good pick as well, Benny. In my opinion. I think the short intro before was good. Yeah, that's the idea. That's the whole idea of it. So, and because I've noticed that a lot of people wouldn't show up until like 3 minutes in, and they're like, "Oh, I missed the first draft," right? I don't know about you. I sit on the homepage and refresh. I will never ask anybody to turn on notifications because I will never turn notifications on myself. Whenever I'm ready to watch something, I go and I refresh on YouTube. If I see that you're live, I pop in. That's how I do it. Yeah. It says C money. I watch 99% on your phone. Really? I usually have 1, 2, or 3 of them tabbed up on my I have notifications on 2 sites only. Fanspeak being one of them. Who are doing their member only show right now. I watch a lot. I listen to some streams on my phone on my way home from work. But I watch on my TV occasionally. Like, I don't watch anything I'm going to chat with on my phone. If I'm watching like a fantasy points thing like the day after, or if I'm watching something the day after, I'll pop it up on my TV here and there. But generally, I'm sitting on my computer drafting teams or working on something for my channel. And I'll have multiple tabs up, and I'll mute 1 or 2 of them and just pop in and out. I can draft and watch nowadays. New tech. Ooh. All right, so we didn't get Keaton Mitchell, and I think that this is the better pick anyway. I think I need him for this specific team as well. I do think that Stowers fits this room very well as well. So we don't get him. That's all good. Jeremy Bernard's a player that I think fits this team very well as well. I could just take Kalani at the very end. I probably won't. So we're going to take Jeremy Bernard. He's an upside pick. I feel like I could have stopped with just these 5 with Amon-Ra Ladd, Christian Watson, Michael Wilson, Xavier Worthy. But Bernard is a big upside swing guy. If he's a 0, this team is still fine. So adding him here and me being very bullish on him, it just makes sense to add him to this team. Honestly, he's also a different bye week than every other wide receiver I have. All right, so we got Stowers and Ferg over here by Benny. The Ferg stack, Stowers and Britton Strange, that's a pretty solid tight end room. 4 quarterbacks, Watson and Beck. I actually have done that exact combination a couple times. Watson, Beck. You got the early season, maybe all season with him, right? And then you got the late season in Beck. So I think that that's a pretty fun way to play your quarterback room, honestly, in these Supa-Flex. But yeah, so the plan for the week, tomorrow I will be live by myself as it looks like right now. I'm probably going to reach out and try to get a guest tomorrow because I think Wednesday I might try to do my drafters, and I do drafters by myself because I may start inviting guests on for the drafters, but go head to head on drafters instead of doing do like a head to head drafters thing when I do my ticket giveaway. Because if you're not sub, you have to be sub, but every week I'm able to give away a ticket on drafters, a free $15 ticket on drafters. I get to do that once a week. So sub, pay attention to what I kind of randomize the day. This week it's probably going to be Wednesday because on Tuesday I'm doing a members only stream. Probably going to do the members only stream and then go live later that night for a regular stream. Like probably at a random time. I'll probably go live later. And then Wednesday, I don't have anything planned at the moment, so it'll probably be the drafters thing. And then Thursday, Angry Dragon, who actually won the drafters ticket last week, is going to be on the show. So that's the plan right now. Angry Dragon's a character, so you guys won't want to miss that. Do we want to go 9 RB here? We're taking Halani. I think the Halani's kind of just a solid pick now because we know that most of the contest isn't going to happen, right? So I'm going to start taking a little bit of them. Let's go Colby Parkinson here. That works. All right, so the team. One of our this team probably not my best. We did something a little different. This isn't how I normally build a Superflex. I'm not going to recommend you to try this exact thing. I started 1-1-1-1, right? We started with one quarterback, then a receiver, then a running back, then a tight end. And I do feel like I don't feel comfortable with RB rooms like this in Superflex, but my tight end room is solid, my wide receiver room is solid, and I might have got there at quarterback. So the team is Justin Herbert, Mendoza, Bryce Young. So even if Bryce Young gets benched second half of the season, we probably have 2 quarterbacks for the season. Derrick Henry, anchor RB, like full anchor RB. Jonathan Brooks, Gainwell Algier to kind of keep us afloat, hopefully, until Brooks takes over week 4, 5, 6. And then Coleman, Katron Allen, Kamani Vidal, George Halani. So we're going to struggle early season at running back. Hopefully we get there at late season, but our wide receivers, Amon-Ra, Ladd, Christian Watson, Michael Wilson, Xavier Worthy, Jeremy Bernard. And then we have Brock Bowers, Juwan Johnson, and Colby Parkinson. I think I built it the best I could doing what I did. I don't love it. We do have the Week 17 bring back here with Michael Wilson on the Bowers stuff. We have the Week 17 correlation and Xavier Worthy, Ladd McConkey. And we got a double with Ladd McConkey and Vidal. The only sack we got with Carolina is Jonathan Brooks. We didn't build out any. I guess we did get a game stack here in Halani too. Not that, and Halani is the pass catching back, which makes it make a little more sense. But that's what we got. Like I said, not my best work, but we did it. We got JT, still probably angry at his wife, but he's here. He's with us. We got a 4-6-7-3. Lamar Jackson, Brock Purdy, and Mac Jones. Tyler Huntley. That feels very strong. Chuba Hubbard, Rico Dowdle, Aaron Jones, Brian Robinson, Alvin Kamara, James Conner. That's Chuba Dowdle feels pretty okay as volume to get there early. So does Aaron Jones. Brian Robinson, contingent play. Kamara is probably pretty well priced if he does just play. And then Connor Like, if the olds get there, this team is awesome. CeeDee Lamb, Drake London, Nico Call. That is a wide receiver. Okay, this is where you're getting all your points. Lamb, London, Nico, Flowers, Evans. You probably didn't even need the last two, Shakir and Kirk. Mark Andrews, Hunter Henry, and AJ Barner. Yeah, that's actually pretty fun. After whenever I got to all that, got after banger on the wife's time like that. Absolutely, like I like it. Like I do. Like I don't love the RB room, but like it absolutely gets there because you should be able to flex wide receiver every single week, and your running back room is still probably as strong as mine with better receivers. 4, 5, 8, 3 here. Jared Goff, Cam Ward, Aaron Rodgers, Michael Penix. Feel strong. Bijan Genty, my favorite start. DeAndre Swift, Rashad White, Justice Hill. I think stopping at 5, perfectly fine there. Carnell Tate, Brian Thomas, Michael Pittman, Diggs, Cooper, Trey Tucker, Tesla, Harris. I love the names here. You got to go volume because you went early there and you got your quarterback. And you got McBride, Tonjes, and Darnell Washington. That's a smash team by Peanut. We got Kale here. Sup, my fellow football junkies. How we doing, Divine Glory? How we doing? We got Kale here, new member, 4583. Drake May, Jackson Dart, Jordan Love, James Winston. Running backs, Kyrie Williams, David Montgomery, Ramondre Stevenson, Kyle Monangai, and Marshawn Lloyd. Wide receiver, A.J. Brown, stacked up. Tedero McMillan, Jaden Reed, Rashid Shaheed, Jawan Jennings, Stribling, Flournoy, Mooney, Pitts, Likely, and Kincaid. So you have the double stack here with Darnell Mooney and Likely. You have the New England stack. You got the double stack there with Ramondre. You got Jaden Reed, which is a perfectly fine stack as well. And you got the double stack there with Marshawn Lloyd. Very well correlated. I like it. And you doubled up with Jameis Winston here at the very end, since you do have a couple players on that team. And I think that, like, there's a solid chance that I've not done the Jameis plus Dart thing very often. I do think there's a solid chance that Dart misses like 4 games. Jameis comes in and is actually good in those 4 games. And then a lot of Dart teams don't make the playoffs because he missed those 4 games. And this team could take a Dart getting hurt early season for a couple games. You could take that to the playoffs, having Jameis there. So I don't mind doing that. We got Bukowski here. Don't forget to bully your way to buy your 2 milli, get 1 free today on DK, people. Absolutely. I did shout that out at the beginning of the stream, but yeah, you do 2 DK milli drafts tonight and you get 1 free. That is insane. That is awesome value. This is one of mine. I went over it earlier, but we're reviewing other people's teams right now. We're going to go with a 3773 from Bukowski. We got Joe Burrow, Baker Mayfield, and Tua. I think that makes sense. Get some early season, and if Penix isn't ready or Tua is cooking, like, you got 3 quarterbacks for a cheap price all the way through. Jeremiah Love, Bucky Irving, went at 79 once again. Exact same pick as the last draft. Blake Corum, Mason Singleton, Ray Davis, Galen Black. I like this. You got to lean into Bucky whenever you're going to take him. I think so. That looks good. JSN Pickens, T. Higgins still. Ricky Pearsall, Jalen Coker, McMillan, Adonai Mitchell, Laporta, Gadsden. Eric All is another pick like the they're saying he might be healthy. I'm kind of out on Gesicki. I actually forgot about him. I do need to add him to the ranks down there around like Michael Mayer. Kind of like Halani. He's a player that nobody's being drafted. So I think mixing him in makes sense. Very smart pick. Very good team there by Bukowski. And we got UCF Jaguar here. And then we will do Benny's team for being here for the first time. We got a 3-6-8-3 here by Jaguar. Jalen Hurts. I believe you had Hurts. I believe you take a lot of Hurts. Maybe I'm wrong. Caleb Williams, Kyler Murray, Kenneth Walker, Bayshaw Tootin, Tyrone Tracy, Keaton Mitchell, Spears, Claiborne. Love this RB room. The double anchor there with the Tracy and then the upside picks there. Devonta Smith, Neighbors 64, Roma Dunze, Parker Washington, Mekhi Lemon, Zachariah Branch, Calvin Ridley, Cooper Kupp. I actually ranked Neighbors at 66, I think, in Superflex. I do think in Superflex right now, he'll probably drop a little bit still, but 80% of the contest has been done with him drafted a lot higher. So I do think that if you like Neighbors, this is the contest to kind of attack him in at the back half. Dallas Goedert, Hawkinson, and Pat Fry. That's a really, really fun team as well. We got Benny here. How many free DK millies do you think? I've got 5 already out of 30. I think. Because you get one just for playing on it. They did a buy one, get one earlier. They did a do 5, get one. Then we got the do 2, get one just now. If you do, and that's what I was going to say, if you do max the tournament, they give you $375 back, which is 15 of them. Right? That's 15 of them. You get, or not 15. Yeah, it is. It's 15 of them, right? Because 25, every 100 would be 4. Yeah, so that's 1,500. So you get 15 of them for free. Just if you max the contest, you get 15 of them for free. And they're not done running promos. They're going to run promos all summer. Like, I'm going to guess, like, by the end of it, you could probably get like 30 if you absolutely maximize it. Because I know I got another one for free. They've also given $3 tickets for doing the DK Millies as well. So if you tack in that $9 of the 20 max, like, feels really good. You got 5 of them. I was gonna say, I think I've gotten 3. I might not have gotten as many, but anyway, let's review Benny's team here. We got a 4-5-7-4. Trevor Lawrence, Tyler Shuck, Deshaun Watson, Carson Beck. Running back, CMC, Chase Brown, Quinshon Judkins, Travion Henderson, Tank Bigsby. Wide receiver, Luther Burden, Jamison Williams for the game stack there. Jordan Tyson, Jacoby Myers, Denzel Boston, Elijah Surratt, Troy Franklin. Like this room. Jake Ferguson, Brenton Strange, Stowers, and Terrence Ferguson. So you got the game stack. You didn't get the quarterback. You got this game. You don't have a bring back there. That's, like I said, bring backs or whatever, really. You got Deshaun Watson. Like, I like the Deshaun Watson into Carson Beck thing quite a bit. But CMC, Chase Brown, Judkins, Travion, Tank Bigsby is plenty at running back. Solid team. Very well done, Benny. Very well done. All right, so we are going to do what we were talking about earlier. We got to the likes for this draft. We're going to do another field general. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn the music off. We're going to do the field general. As soon as I queue up, I'm going to run the intro thing again. And we're just going to kind of chill with it. I'll probably stop it about halfway through because I'll be back. But I need to go use the restroom, so I'm going to put something up there. But anyway, we're going to jump in this fourth draft. We're going to jump in 15 seconds.
Bestball began to rest. We never leave the grind. Fury, endless, breaks, relentless, fantasy, reigns. Who waits? Immortal.
All right, I'm back. Thanks for taking the full 30 seconds. I grabbed some chocolate on the way in. So we got game tied at the 1. Champ at the 2. I believe Aaron. Welcome back. At the 3, I believe that's Aaron. Vapor at the 4. We got the 5. We got Stogie at the 6. Out yourself, Stogie. Out yourself. We got JT at the 8. And I believe that's it. Tally, are you here? Let us know. But if you guys are new to the channel and you haven't subbed yet, go ahead and hit the sub. I'm hoping to get to 670 by tonight. Hoping to get to 670 by the end of the night. That would be fantastic. That's my mini goal, like my self goal. I think it's time for some wild music. All right, so we got Jaden Daniels. I think he's kind of clearly the 105. Him and I think Drake May is kind of clearly the 106. I'm going to be close to full fading Joe Burrow at Supa-Flex. I don't like his price at all. I personally do not like his price, like, at all. So, are we going to be allowed to get it finally? My answer, I'm going to guess no. I don't have any Mahomes with Daniels either, though. So, we'll go ahead and do that. I do think that, like, James Cook and Genty are probably the better picks to Mahomes here. But I have done those a couple times. The reason why I believe that is I kind of think there's a tier break between Cook and Genty and the other running backs. Definitely Genty. Not Cook necessarily as much. But Cook is very safe. So we need two more 2 more subs and we'll get to my goal for the night. So somebody called the Bayou clip the Keaton clip, and we don't take Keaton very often, so we may just play that clip for Keaton Mitchell. I think that would be fine. All right, so I don't have any Saquon Barkley with Mahomes. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm not as in on the Eagles offense as some people. I'm not going to full fade them. That defense is going to be really good again. And Sirianni does everything in such a weird way. There's pretty bad vibes in my opinion. Like, maybe it was just all AJ Brown, and maybe that's where all the bad vibes were coming. Maybe they're going to be like super awesome, but like hearing rumors about Jalen Hurts telling them he doesn't want to run as much this year, stuff like that. Like it kind of doesn't sound like it was AJ Brown's fault. Like maybe he was the one leaking everything. Like the rumors are coming out, but if Hurts doesn't want to run as much, and he thinks he's a pocket passer, I don't think it's going to work out very well. Like, I really don't think that works out well. So, I'm semi-fading a lot of them. I do think that Dallas Goedert is a really good pick. I think that Devonta Smith is a fine pick. If he moves up, I don't like him. I do think they'll try to run the ball a lot more this year, lean on the run game. So, Saquon could be the pick. Saquon could just be the best pick on the team. But his price, he goes with a bunch of players I really like. So I'll take a share of Drake here, I think. Or actually we'll go with Breece Hall. We'll do the normal style build where we get the 2 pretty strong running backs alongside the 2 strong quarterbacks. Yeah, a lot of people love Devonta Smith and Smitty or whatever you want to call them. I love him as a player. So in daily fantasy last year, there were multiple reasons, but I was overweight Devonta Smith to AJ Brown every single week. And there were 2 reasons. Number 1, I thought he projected almost exactly the same every week. But number 2, I feel like he wasn't 100% drafted most weeks, and AJ Brown was. So the leverage, let's say that you have a 0.5% difference, right? Or 0.5 point difference in those 2 players, and one of them's drafted 100%, and the other one's drafted 65%. Just give me bags of the one that's 65%. That's kind of how I played it last year. That thought process tended to work out pretty well. Let's go with Rice. Let's go with Rashi here. Let's go ahead and just pull him up with Mahomes. Let's just do the thing. I'm fine with it. I think Rice over Pickens isn't that far-fetched as well. What's up, Rylip? How we doing? Slim Reaper, Skinny Batman. I also think that, and I could just be wrong. I've been pretty out on Mekhi Lemon up until now. They obviously think Mekhi Lemon could play outside. They're based on their offseason moves. So maybe I've moved him up. I had him like 12 picks behind ADP. I've moved him up to like only 5 picks after ADP instead of 12. I don't want to be completely out on him. I liked him as a prospect. I preferred the other two. I preferred Tyson and Tate to him anyway. And I'm okay like semi-fading the Eagles overall. Now, that's a risk tolerance thing for me. The problem is that so the Eagles have a pretty okay schedule through the regular season, right? Like their overall strength of schedule is pretty solid. But their playoff schedule at Seattle, or they get Seattle at home, then they get the Texans at home, and then they play the Niners, who I think their defense is going to be massively improved too. So you get Seattle and the Texans, like that feels rough. That feels really rough, in my opinion. Yeah, let's take Mendoza here. So are you more on the Eagles on draft? No. Nope. I'm probably less than on the Eagles on drafters. On the drafters, I believe player takes matter a little more. I believe those bets matter more than on underdog. On underdog, I want to mix these players in because of the advancement element, right? Like the whole Kyle Pitts thing from last year, 44 points, right? Like you don't want to be completely out on a player who absolutely nukes it's 100% drafted, like, and not advance any teams with that player and kind of limit your ability to advance a bunch of teams. On drafters, if you're wrong, you're probably just kind of toast anyway on some of these players. You want to mix some of these players in on the teams that you have higher exposure to. So like I'm going to mix them in. I think that Barkley is a slightly worse pick on drafters as well because he doesn't have the full PPR over there as well. So now that doesn't mean he can't smash his ADP like he did 2 years ago, right? Like he could still easily do that. That I am not taking that away from him. Yeah, we're taking Terry McLaurin. So I'm kind of gonna make a bet against the Eagles overall. But yeah, like I get what you're saying. If their overall schedule is better, because they get Dallas twice, they get the Giants twice, and they get the Commanders twice. Like it makes sense to be kind of more in on the Eagles over there. I do get that, and I can change. Like I'm only 15 drafts in on the drafters main, right? So I do feel like I'm going to do most of my drafts at the back end of the season over there on drafters. I think there's more of an advantage on total points to draft late than there is on like the underdog stuff where there's the playoff pods. It's still an advantage to draft late, but yeah, the Eagles playoff schedule is really bad. So like I get what you're saying, and the 4% exposure blanket in playoff formats is real and needed, and any and every player, exactly. And that's why I need to mix in some Mekhi Lemon. That's why I'm gonna mix in Emeka Egbuka, like who I hate. I hate his ADP. I really don't like his ADP. But I'm gonna mix it in on the underdog stuff. I'm probably gonna be close to a full fade on Egbuka in drafters. Like I don't like it. I don't like the price. And if he absolutely cooks, I guess I'm cooked. It's fine. But the years that I do on drafters, I think that if you use your player takes in a reasonable manner and you like just mix in an Egbuka share or two with like, I'm going to be big on Jinty and big on Amon-Ra in the first round. Like overweight, not like big. I'm going to have a bunch of like Scatabo too. So if I want to take like a round 3 Igbuka to pair with the Scatabo once or twice throughout the offseason, like just to have like my big stand player with the player I don't like, just in case that player does get there, I have a couple chances at first. Like that to me makes some sense. But to mix them in on random teams, I don't think makes as much sense on drafters. I think you want to be more locked in on total points on when you're mixing in the players you don't like as much. That's my own personal take. Maybe I'm wrong. I haven't had success over there. So I've had success on their playoff Bestball stuff, but not on their regular Bestball stuff. I think theory-wise, though, that's how it makes the most sense. So I've got 0.8% Marvin Harrison. 0.8. So we're going to go ahead and take a share here. We do have Mendoza again. We didn't get him last time with Mendoza, so we're going to go ahead and do that. So the good thing about being not doing as many of the drafts now. So like, let's just go to drafters. I'm going to bring it up on another page, go to my exposures, and what, the $2. So if we go to the $2, I already regret the Kenneth Walker stuff, but it's fine. Tyler Warren, I think, is a good price. Like a lot of these, like Sean Tucker, I have 18%. I had 7 shares at his ADPs. Like I got him at 203, right? Tucker Craft, I feel fine about, but like, can you type in Eagles here? You can't. So Smith, I had 2 shares of Devonta Smith. Lemon, I didn't take. Barkley, I took 10%. So Chargers, Vikings, Saint have some great playoffs. Absolutely. So I like him more over on the full PPR side. I will say that. My worries on Walker is that, so we didn't address, Kansas City did not address their right and left tackle. Simmons is in year 2. He was okay year 1. Moore is not he's basically a backup that he's going to start week 1, right? So I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest. Let's go with Laporta here. And then hopefully Kelsey makes it back around. If Kelsey doesn't make it back around, we're going to take Rashad White and double stack. Walker also, until the very end of last season in the playoffs where he showed a little bit of patience, he's never really been a good inside runner. And the strength of Kansas City's offensive line is the interior. Now, if he can show that he actually improved and got better and he's not going to do the crazy stuff he was doing before, and he trusts that offensive line in the middle to be able to like wait for the hole to open up and then explode through it, he's going to be dominant. But if he doesn't do that and he starts dancing around, because the tackles are the 2 weak spots, like the kind of like negative plays that he's going to create in times it's going to be like drive altering kind of negative plays here and there. If he doesn't like revert back from what he was, right? Like, because last year was the anomaly. And it was only in like 3 games where he actually showed really good patience, right? So that's my concerns. I also think that Omari and Hampton, I just want to be very in on Hampton. And I do agree with this. He's a better real life player and fan. I actually agree and I disagree. I actually think he's a better fantasy. No, I actually fully disagree. I think he's a better fantasy player than a real life player. I think he's very talented, but I think his inability to just be patient cost him so much. And if he can learn to just be patient, he would be a way better real life player than fantasy. But the reason people like him in fantasy so much is because he has that home run hitting ability. And he has that ability because he's out there dancing around and he doesn't take the gimme yards. That's why Sharps got so many carries. It's not because they didn't know what they were doing in Seattle. It's because Charbonnet is a reliable guy to get you into 2nd and 6. You don't know what's going to happen with Kenneth Walker. So I actually think it's the opposite of this. I think he's a way better fantasy player than a real life player. And I think the reason that he's not succeeded in fantasy is fully because like his fantasy upside is enormous. And the reason he's failed as a fantasy player is because he's not as good of a real life player as people think he is, because people see the explosion and they don't realize that he cost the team so much in first downs and stuff. So that's my opinion on it. Now, at the end of last season, Kansas City paid him like he's going to be the bell cow. Like that is an absolute fact. Like they definitely paid him to be the bell cow. And I think he's going to get that opportunity, but he has to learn patience, like he showed during the real NFL playoffs last year. And if he doesn't, he's going to be he's going to be like a team killing kind of pick. But he's also the kind of pick that if it hits really hard, and it's insanely good for drafters specifically, where you're trying to get the best cost player on the board. Yeah, he needs more Le'Veon Bell. Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what he showed in I don't know if you guys have NFL Plus. If you don't, NFL Plus is like the best thing I've ever bought. We don't need another one. I haven't taken Woody Marks for a while. I think he fits this team. Yeah, we're going to go Woody Marks. For the audio listeners, we got a 3-5-3-2. We got Jaden Daniels, Patrick Mahomes, Fernando Mendoza. Running back Saquon, Breece Hall, Tony Pollard, Rashad White, Woody Marks. Wide receiver Rashee Rice, Terry McLaurin, both stacked up. Marvin Harrison for the bring back on the Trey Tucker-less Mendoza. And then we got Laporta and Isaiah Likely at tight end. Yeah, so if you do have that NFL Plus, they have and if you don't, it's like $120 a year, and you can watch every game without commercials, and they take out like all the BS before the plays. So you watch an entire football game, it's between 40 and 62 minutes, something like that, like every time. Like you got to watch every snap all the way through. They do remove, for whatever reason, they remove all the plays where somebody gets hurt. So you don't get to see any of the injury plays. So like there's a couple plays here and there they remove for whatever reasons, PR reasons, I'm sure. But you get to watch all those games. Go watch Kenneth Walker in the playoffs and like just watch him. The dude was very, very patient. Like incredibly patient. And that was I think if he didn't show that, I don't think he would be a Chief. So, and if he can do that, what he did in the playoffs, like his upside is immense, but behind that interior offensive line that Kansas City has. But if he starts bouncing everything outside when our weak point of our offensive line is on the outside, I think it could be pretty disastrous for our offense as a whole. So, but that's my opinion on it. By the way, if you guys haven't liked the video yet, go ahead and like the video. I'm not planning on doing a 5th draft, but I feel pretty good. I can possibly be persuaded into it. I don't know. We'll see how I feel at the end of this. We'll see how I feel. Like I said, I took a nap today, and we're feeling good. I have a bunch of him apparently. Can we please get Antonio Williams up there? Okay, so we got the double stack here. We are running into the week 7 problem, right? We got Hunter, we got Antonio Williams, we got him. So we got Rashee Rice and Marvin Harrison. No more bye week 7s there at wide receiver. I don't know. I need to do a bunch of drafts. I just need to get a bunch of drafts in. So I'm probably going to stay up just because I need to do the volume. I'm definitely going to be drafting. We'll just see if you guys get tired of me or not. So, but yeah, if we end up getting a bunch more viewers, we will, or even a couple more like new people. If you're new to the channel and you want to see a little more to see if you want to sub or whatever, say something in the chat. Like just say something. Ask any questions. Ask Supa-Flex questions. Ask Dynasty questions. Ask any kind of questions you want. I'm here. I will give any information that I believe I have. I have a lot of sources. I can go look. Like if you want to know something that I don't know, I can go into the Fantasy Points data suite. We can look it up as well. So there are some things that I openly, like, I think it's better to understand when you don't know something. And if you have a prior, like looking at it sometimes can show you that you were wrong. You know, I've done that with a couple people this year. So, and I don't mind going oopsie every once in a while, you know. Debo would be really fun on this team. Gunnar Helm would be really fun on this team as well. So I'm hoping to get one of those two. So we do get one of those two. And if Katron Allen came all the way back around, I would take him as well. Lock up that team. So we're going to take Debo. I doubt Katron makes it back to us. Njoku would be a fine pick here. Trey Harris is actually at the top of my queue. Oh, he's by week 7 too. But you know what? Whatever. If Trey Harris makes it, we're going to make an exception. And yeah, I mean, this is exactly what he showed. Like I said, if you have the NFL Plus subscription, if you watch him during the playoffs, like he actually showed that. He looked like a completely different player in the actual playoffs than he played the entire season or any season before. I don't know if he just realized, hey, this is my chance. Let's actually do it the right way. I don't know if they sat him down and said, hey, we will hand the ball to George Halani more than you if you screw this up. I don't know what happened, but something happened. Something definitely happened. And he definitely improved, which is fantastic. Hopefully that's fantastic for KC. All right, Trey Harris makes it back. So we're just gonna like hope that Debo doesn't end with the bye week 7. We do not want Debo to go back to Washington here. We do not want it. But we're done at wide receiver. We're gonna probably tack on. We're probably gonna tack on. What do we got? 3 more picks left. A tight end and 2 RBs. We'll see which RBs come back around. We might not actually, we might just kind of ride the Breece Hall, Saquon, Pollard, Rashad White, Woody Marks. Like if this was an 18-round format, I'd feel fine with that. I think I could just be fine with that, actually. So I might actually build. I definitely want another tight end. I mean, I know who I want at tight end. There are some names here I still want to get some access to, so I'll probably add another one. So I'll probably go 1-1-1. We'll probably go 1 receiver, 1 tight end, and 1 running back. I want the running back first. I kind of want some Malik Davis. The Giants game is fine. We could take Vidal. Like, how much Vidal? Okay, it doesn't matter. As you see, somebody asked me if I have Najee. I have 10% Najee right now. But he's been drafted. He's at 237, actually. So we're going to take. We're going to go ahead and take Malik Davis here. His ADP. Wait, Malik Davis's ADP is higher than Najee's? That's kind of weird to me. By the way, if you're just popping in, if you can smash the like, that'd be fantastic. Also, if you're new to the channel and you haven't given a sub, we're on a road to 1,000 subs before the NFL kickoff. If we get there, we're doing a 24-hour live stream. And we want to do that. We want to do that, but we will only do that if we get there before the start of the NFL season. So, shout out. All right, let's we got that. We got. So, let me know if I miss you. Game Tight, Champ, and JT, I believe, are the only 3 that get reviews. Only 3. They're the members, so they get the reviews. If you are a member and I missed you, say something in the chat so I remember. Where did the name Who Hames come from? So I put a video out a long time ago. I'm thinking about repurposing it and making it to redo that talk as my next sub goal. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna go back over where does Who Hames come from. Like there is a video out there, but I was like, it was like I think 107 or 100. It's like 107 subs or whatever. I said I would do because I had random sub goals because I would still do random sub goals if it wasn't like monetization reasons. Like once we get to 1,000, I'm gonna have sub goals again that aren't at even numbers. I'm not going to have a sub goal at like 1,300. It'll be like 1,257. That's what we're going to do. Something like that. Because I don't see the importance of the zeros, you know? Like, it's just a goal. Like, the goals can be whatever. But I did go through that. I'm way better at the whole talking and being comfortable saying things and everything and like being myself now. So I think the story would be better to repurpose it and to say it again. So I don't know. What should the goal be? We are almost at 670. I'll say, what, 742, 741. We'll go 741. 741 subs. I'll go back over it. I was actually gonna take Jack Best there. He kind of looks like he's the clear number 2 right now. There. Let's go ahead and take Tank Dell here. And I think I am going to do another draft. I feel good tonight, so I'm just going to do another draft. We're going to go through these reviews real quick, though. 3683. We got Jaden Daniels, Patrick Mahomes, Fernando Mendoza, running back, Saquon Barkley, Breece Hall, Tony Pollard, Rashad White, Woody Marks, and Malik Davis. Didn't need him, but we went ahead and took him anyway. Rashee Rice stacked up, Terry McLaurin, Antonio Williams for the double stack, Marvin Harrison for the bring back on the Michael Mayer and Fernando Mendoza team. We got Travis Hunter as the bring back on the double stack here in Washington. Deebo Samuel, Trey Harris for the bring back on the Rashee Rice and Mahomes thing. Tank Dell here. Hopefully he's fully ready by week 7 to help us through those bye weeks. And then we got Laporta, Likely, and Michael Mayer. Solid. Like, this, I think, this is the best team I've drafted tonight. This could be. Where's my videos? This could be.
This could be the team that takes the whole thing down.
All right, we got game tight. 3-7-7-3. Josh Allen, Kyler Murray, same thing I did earlier. Did he take JJ? He did. Cam Ward. That's a very strong quarterback room. Quinshon Judkins, Tootin. So you still got a solid double anchor here. Kyle Menungai, Brian Robinson, Ray Davis, Justice Hill, and Damon Claiborne. So I like the stack of Claiborne as well. They think he's going to be able to catch passes, so that's good. We got wide receiver Justin Jefferson, DJ Moore, Jordan Addison for the double, Shakir for the double. Like, just stack the hell out of these teams. McBride, Andrews, and Kincaid. So you only got one stack here with Tennessee, but everything else is fully stacked out. Solid team there by Game Tight. We got Champ, 3-7-8-3. Goff, Stroud, Daniel Jones, Jahmyr Gibbs, Ashton Jeanty, David Montgomery, Kenneth Gainwell, Tyrone, Tracy, Tucker. This is a fire RB room. I'm going to guess you went super, super late at wide receiver. Egbuka, anchor. Parker, Washington. Jaden Higgins. Yeah, so Parker, kind of an anchor. Jaden Higgins, McMillan, Tesla, Stribling, Franklin, Cup. Cup is perfect on these kind of teams. Jake Ferguson and Chig, solid team once again. And then the last member, we got a 4-6-7-3 here. Drake May, Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, Gardner Minshew, running back, Jonathan Taylor, Devon Achane, Jeremiah Love, Rico Dowdle, Jordan James, Kalen Black. The double here. I've not been doing this. I do think it's smart. T. Higgins, Mike Evans, DK Metcalf, Pittman, Romeo Dobbs, Trey Tucker, Jeremy Bernard. Tight end, Hunter Henry, Pat Freiermuth, and David Njoku. That is solid. I think this is smart, mostly because I don't think they're going to go to a hero RB if McCaffrey is hurt, right? Like if McCaffrey's hurt, I think they split the workload. Quite. That's just kind of where I'm at with it. But anyway, I'm in the mood to draft. We're behind on field generals. We still got 42 of them to go, so we're going to join another one, and we're going to join in 15 seconds.
Bestball began to rest. We never leave the grind. Fury, endless, breaks, relentless, fantasy, reigns. Who wins? Immortal.
All right, it looks like you guys got a pre-lobby, so we're waiting on 9 here. If you guys got to go, I mean, we're going to be live for 4 hours by the end of this, so just let me know. Like, if you got to go, you got to go. You don't have to stay. I appreciate that you guys have been here for this long. I'm just kind of in the mood to sit around and talk. It's kind of where I'm at tonight. So we got. Let's play this music now. Maybe. Is it not working? There we go. I'm still here, buddy. Are all the lights still out? Or have they been flickering? Let me know. Does she turn the lights out and then like turn them off and on whenever she's mad? Because I've seen people do that and that's hilarious. I hope that happens because that's like, I would just laugh if that stuff was happening. But yeah, so back to the drafters thing for Rylip. If you're still here, Rylip, I think I could end up being a way more in on the Eagles by the end of it. But one reason I haven't taken a whole bunch of the Eagles yet is because I'm not totally there. I'll pay for it tomorrow. How are you going to pay for it? So we got the 106. We got game time at the 7. We got Champ at the 5. We got Stogie at the 3. Out yourself, Stogie. I don't know your username. Are you over on X? Let me know. Are you over on X? You should be able to chat if you're over on X as well. And also, if you guys are on X and you haven't came over to the YouTube side, I just put a link in the chat. Click that link. Come on over here. Give me a sub. Help me out. I go live every Sunday, 6:30 p.m. Central to do Supa-Flex as long as we have content for Supa-Flex. And every Monday through Thursday, 4 p.m. Central, I will be live as well. Side by side with who? Absolutely. I think a couple drafts ago, you were also there. So, high risk, low reward. That's a hell of a name. High risk, low reward. I love that. That's good stuff. I mean, I'm getting one of these 3, right? Like, I think there's a very clear. You want Jaden Daniels, champ. You don't want Bijan. You want Jaden. Yeah, we'll take Jaden. What a gift. Bijan at 5. What a gift. So this is our second straight Jaden Daniels team. Have we done 3 Jaden Daniels teams tonight? I'm going to go look it up. So that was Josh Allen, Caleb. Okay, so it's just the one. I don't know where I got that many. But I sure thought that for a minute. I don't know why, but I sure did think that for a bit. I've got one MLB eliminator still alive. It looks like it survived. Yeah, it survived. I'm in fourth. I only did 18 of them or something, and I got absolutely cooked early on. But I have one that's alive. We're 2 weeks away from getting to pay money back. So I need to survive next week and the week after, and then we're into at least getting my money back on it. I feel like the team has been finishing in the top half almost every week. In 2 weeks, it's a 3 of 6. This could get ugly. Oh, man. He's prepping me. He's already knowing that he's going to be up to no good here. Hey, we get it. Look, see, I have 0. 0 of that. Finally get to do the thing that everybody else gets to do all the time. And I do think that like Tua makes a lot of sense on this kind of build as well. I do think that Tua has a pretty high chance to be there on week 7. I still kind of lean into Michael Penix over Tua all the time, though, just because I feel pretty confident that he will start at the end of the season for whatever reason. Yeah, so and by the way, if you're new to the channel, this upcoming week, and if you're just popping in, Gunnar Ross going to be on members only stream on Tuesday. Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central, we will be live with Gunnar Ross. Members only. We'll be talking through Eliminator. We got a lot of stuff going on with that. I have some stuff I'm working on. He has some stuff he's working on that he hasn't exactly showed me yet. So we're going to see where we align, what our thoughts are to get there. I'm going to assume that his stuff is better than mine, but I showed him what I was doing. He's like, hey, that's actually a really good idea. So I think it's going to be, if you plan on doing a bunch of Eliminator, I don't think you want to miss it. I think you want to be there for sure. Yes, we're going to take Jackson Dart at pick 30. We're going to do it. I don't do a lot of 3 straight quarterback teams, but Jackson Dart, 12 picks past ADP, absolutely. This is not how I normally have been building. I don't really know if I don't think it's optimal, but I do think that this is a really fun build. Just because of the uniqueness of getting that mid-second round guy all the way back. And it looks like this room is going to try to push quarterback, which means it's probably going to even out at about pick 67, and I'm going to be getting like some value. I think that we may see like some of these quarterbacks get pushed up into the top of the 5th. So I think at like 54 and 67, I might get like a semi-value pick based on the way things are going to go here. So we got not having a running back yet feels weird because I'm used to having a bunch of running backs by now. Yeah, see, nobody's taking quarterback. Everybody's decided to push it except for me. But I got a unique pairing. I'm okay with this. I'm not going to take Trey McBride on this team. Pickens would make a lot of sense on this team. I want one of these two for sure. And if Pickens makes it back around, I'll take him. We got Brees. We got. I honestly like Travis more than Brees this year, so we're going to take him. I do think we could see Achane or Travis fall a little bit. If Kamara is going to be there, I think we could definitely see him fall. Steven there with like this is like an insane start, by the way. Like an absolutely insane start. Like getting Shuck, like I'm bullish on Shuck, so maybe I'm partial, but I think that is an absolutely insane start. Don't drop the baby. Don't drop the baby. But yeah, if you guys are just popping in, if you can smash the like, that'd be great. We're close to 70 likes. That'd be pretty nice. I'm not like super worried about it. We got 60. That was the main goal, to get to 60. We're just out here vibing tonight. Got a bunch of work we got to do in the morning. I actually got to go visit my sister tomorrow. She had a pretty bad weekend. And by bad weekend, I mean she had appendicitis and had her appendix removed. So she got released from the hospital late tonight or later this afternoon. So I'm going to go visit tomorrow at some point. I would like to get like Scatabo here. Would be nice. Yeah, let's take Scatabo. 0 quarterback strategy and Supa-Flex. Oh, I've seen people do this a couple times. The problem with this is that all of the late quarterbacks, like the Tua and Watson, that's going to start early in the season, they both have bye week 11. So it feels weird, right? Like you have to hit the parlay of one of them playing like all season, and whoever you take later also being there on week 11 randomly. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's what if you can make the parlay and get that like if you win every other position by enough that you can eat the quarterback points in 1 week, which let's say it's 25 points. I mean, you're still going to lose quarterback every week, but you're going to win like Gibbs, Cook, Chase Brown, Kyron. Like obviously you're going for super flex points with your running back, right? So I don't think it's that bad. And Nico being a wide receiver 1 still is awesome, right? But they have the same bye week thing makes it really, really rough. Like in my own personal opinion, like to go ahead and critique it, I think you needed to take Malik Willis or Stroud right here just to have a quarterback that's not week 11 later. And then you could have went like 2 more wide receivers and then move on. But you might get Mendoza back, so yeah, we're gonna go David Montgomery here. And we're gonna see if we can't get Tootin back around. If we can't get Tootin back around, we're gonna take Terry McLaurin, I think. So this is the order that I have. Like, if I were you, I would for sure take a certain guy here at 71. Actually, I would take a different guy. I would take Garrett Wilson and hope Geno Smith comes back around. The problem is that the one hole probably takes Geno. Like, I probably, like, was Garrett Wilson still there? Like, I probably would have taken Garrett Wilson there and then try to wrap around to get Geno. And then that would have given you somebody maybe through week 13 or 11. Just to kind of give yourself quarterback points. So Travion goes. So I'm going to get one of these guys I want, I think. Yeah, I mean, I probably would have just taken Geno first, actually. Yeah, we're going to take Tootin here. I prefer Judkins, but I just realized I have 3 bye week 8s, by the way, at running back. Maybe Geno comes back. Maybe. Maybe he does. I want to thank all 28 of you who have stayed and listened. I've had a good night. I'm enjoying it. And I think we went ahead and locked it in. What was it? 741? 741. The Who recap. So at that many, I'll go ahead and lock it in. That'll be the next goal. At 741, we will go back over where the name Who Hames came from. It's kind of like a long-winded story, but I think it's pretty hilarious. It's just kind of like an insight into what started it. I mean, it's essentially a gamer tag, right? Like I've said that before. It's not looking good, buddy. Can I crash this couch in a few weeks? Problem is I don't have a couch to crash on, and I have a roommate, and I don't have an extra room. Appreciate it, Game Tight. Yeah, she not had a good year and a half. She had her gallbladder removed last year, so definitely not the best time. All right, let's do I really want to take Brian Thomas here ahead of them? I don't. I really don't. We're going to take DJ Moore here. I like that the lore comes back for random milestones between the rounds. Yeah, exactly, right? Like it's like perfect. And I think that it'll be a better I'll even I might reach out to somebody about it as well. See if they can come on. I don't know if they'd be interested in it, but I could reach out to my old boss that started the whole thing to give his version as well. Like, I don't know if he'd be interested. He doesn't know I stream. So, but he's big into football anyway. He's also big into football. So I seen him for the first time in years the other day. So maybe I'll probably reach out to him and see if he'd be interested when that happens. I mean, I would love either one of these picks here. Yeah, we'll take the Brian Thomas here. But yeah, this will definitely be my last one. This is gonna be a 4-hour solo stream by the end of it. Not bad, not bad. We think we're gonna listen to this. We're gonna listen to something with the. This song makes no sense, but it sounds awesome. So we got. Let's recap for the audio listeners. We got a 3-4-2-0. We got Jaden Daniels, Trevor Lawrence, and then Jackson Dart fell all the way back. We got Travis, Cam Scatabo with the solo stack here. David Montgomery, Bayshaw Tootin. So stacking running backs. Then we have DJ Moore, Brian Thomas Jr. No Junior, no more. Juniors are gone. No more Junior. Junior is gone. Like, I love the sound of this song. It's absolute fire. But the words don't make they make sense, but I know where everything comes from, and the fact that it's all together sounds wild in my head. I think I'm going to take Kyle Pitts here if I can, because I think there is kind of a drop from him to the next guy. And we're going to continue the stack Jay Daniels with Rachaad White thing. That's what we're going to do. Oh, Bukowski just went and did he find the original? Bukowski just went and found one of my old streams and commented on it. How bad was that thumbnail? How awful is that thumbnail? Like, that was my very first attempt at a thumbnail, I think. I think that was the very first video I ever made. It was like, that thumbnail was absolute garbage. Like, absolute garbage. It was hilarious. Hilariously bad. Let's do. Let's do one of those. Week 11 gonna suck. Let's take Jordan Mason. And then we're going to stop at running back for a bit. We have a double anchor here. DJ Moore, Brian Thomas. It doesn't feel great. Like, I think we've got to serviceable at RB. We're definitely done at tight end or at quarterback. I didn't take a this is our order on the next pick. We're going with one of those two. Hopefully they're there. But yeah, we so Isaiah likely goes. I should be able to get Chig back here. We got this. I would love to get Chig on this team and build out the best version of what I think that this could be. It would be nice. And I mean, this would be well before ADP on Chig, right? By 10 picks. So by 13 picks. So I do think that I should be able to land it pretty easily. And I know that doesn't even go with my ranks. I have people. I need to just move them ahead of Gadsden. That is one thing I do need to change in the ranks. The reason I'll probably change that tomorrow morning. All right, we got so for the audio listeners, this team's kind of coming together. We got Jaden Daniels, Trevor Lawrence, Jackson Dart. Running backs, Travis, Cam Scatabo, David Montgomery, Bashaw Tootin, Jordan Mason. Wide receiver, DJ Moore, Brian Thomas Jr. Tight end, Kyle Pitts, Chicago. All right, so I don't even know what I want to come back here. I know what I want in a couple rounds. That's kind of where I'm at. I know what I want down the board. I think I just take the top two receivers that are left. Just queue them all up and take whoever's here. I think that's just what I do here. I think I'm okay stopping at just those two tight ends with this, but with the way that this build went, going three quarterbacks in a row, I think I have to full punt tight end to some degree and stop at those two, right? So we'll take Pearsall. Like I said, we're just going to take the top receiver for a bit. At this point in the draft, running back usually is the running back you're taking is so far removed from the wide receivers that I think that wide receivers in this range kind of make the most sense. So we got yeah, I like this team that I'm building, and let's see how many reviews we got to do on this one. We got JT, we got the same three, the legends, Game Tight, Steven, and JT. JT's team is, I mean, okay, so you got Cousins. Like, instead of doing, I will say, if this was Garrett Wilson into Geno Smith, this team would be real fire, right? And then you replace Kirk Cousins with one of these guys. You'd have Nico, Garrett, and then instead of J-Mo, you'd have Wandale or Jordan Addison. Like, it doesn't honestly feel that much different, but Geno, to me, would have felt a lot better. And the Addison pick would have been a Week 17 bring back as well. But of the builds, like, you've done this a couple times, of the ones I've watched you do that are like this, I do like this one a lot more. Because you're hoping Cousins makes it to Week 11. I highly doubt he does. But I also think that if this Nico pick was just Malik Willis and then you did the same thing, starting with J-Mo, Garrett Wilson, I do think it feels really strong too. I mean, I'll take Diggs here. I don't really want to take Travis Hunter on this team since I've got the double already. and we're already into this team as well. All right, so wide receiver here. I'm just going to go ahead and pull up Antonio Williams unless Shaheed is here. Do I like him more than Travis Hunter? Not really. I don't know. Let's just build out the big stack, honestly. If it comes to us, it comes to us. Drafting and streaming B, says Ghost Cards. How we doing, Ghost Cards? Thank you for popping in. Thanks for smashing the like. We're almost to 70. By the way, Ghost or Go Cards, we have I don't know if you know, but we're doing a members only stream this week. I haven't seen you in here. And Gunnar Ross is coming on. You met him at the Dog Bowl. Gunnar Ross is going to come on. We're going to talk Eliminator. It's going to be awesome. That's going to be Tuesday. You can always get it later, listen to it later as well. We're probably going to do a draft, but we do both fully agree that drafting later in the Eliminator is easily better, like easily best. So this is the last bye week 7 we're going to take here with Antonio Williams. We already have too much invested into bye week 7. We got 2 quarterbacks. We have 2 running backs. Oh, no, we have 1 running back. And then we have 3 receivers, I believe. Because DJ Moore is also bye week 7. And then a tight end as well. So we just need to get something there, right? Just something. All right, let's so 187 here. So Emmett Johnson's been going in all these drafts earlier. I haven't seen, and it's not even been my community. I haven't seen a whole lot of buzz on Emmett Johnson. Just some videos of him like doing foot drills and stuff, which he looks good in because, well, I mean, that is where he should be winning. Is like, I was really surprised his 3-cone was as bad as it was. Like his 3-cone feels like it should have been really high. So I'm really I don't understand why his 3-cone was so low. That's the only thing that has me. I'm still a full believer in his overall talent. Like I still really believe in his talent. So Katron Allen would be a fantastic pick here. Debo, like again, would be fine. So Katron Allen's the pick, and then actually Mooney would be the pick. Over Debo here on this specific team because we have the Jackson Dart thing going. But yeah, if you guys are just popping in, I'm assuming nobody in here is unsubbed yet, but if you're unsubbed, go ahead and hit the sub. If we get to 1,000 subs by NFL kickoff, we're doing a 24-hour live stream. We go live every Sunday night for Supa-Flex at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. We go live every Monday through Thursday, 4 p.m. Central to do whatever. We also have Drafters ticket giveaway once a week. We do stuff on Underdog. We do stuff over on DK. We just kind of draft. We're a DGen, and we love it. So Mooney would be fantastic. If we don't get him, I'm just going to pull Fields up. Yeah, this is a casual 4-hour live stream. We also go live most Saturday nights. We had stuff come up last night so we didn't feel like streaming. We usually take Fridays off. This past week we didn't, but we usually do take Friday nights off. So Darnell Mooney is the pick here. I feel like this has to be enough at running back. And I think that I need to go deeper at wide receiver here. Probably take more of some gambles at wide receiver. With DJ Moore, Brian Thomas as anchors, like, I don't know. I think the Diggs price, like the Pearsall's kind of a gamble high upside pick. So is Antonio Williams. But with Mooney, Diggs, Pearsall, DJ Moore, Brian Thomas, like I feel pretty okay about the floor there. Like I don't think it's a high floor, but I do think that like my chance of getting a lot of weeks under like 9 points is pretty low, right? I think I can definitely secure like 12 points in both wide receiver spots every week, and then hopefully just dominate. Get 2 25-point quarterbacks every week. I mean, Jaden Daniels, Trevor Lawrence, and Jackson Dart, and all double stacked. Like that feels pretty strong. What's up, Ship My Bread? How we doing? Welcome to the channel. First time I've seen you chat. Who signs Diggs or Debo? So earlier today, I heard an interesting like theory thing on Diggs. So Kyle Williams changed his number to number 8, I guess. And then he decided he didn't want 8 and changed his number back. So somebody was brainstorming, is that a sign that Diggs may just go back to New England? I mean, I will absolutely take Debo if he's here. Like, no questions asked. So I think that that's a pretty good spot. So let's just double up Jackson Dart. Let's just take the Darnell Mooney as well. Like, let's just take Mooney and Fields. So we only have bye weeks on 8 and 7. So that's a galaxy brain kind of thing. So Debo, the signs are pointing towards the Ravens, and it would make a lot of sense. If he goes to the Ravens, it's really bad for Elijah Surratt, most likely, because they were kind of talking about Elijah Surratt in the power slot role. And if Debo goes there, I don't think they're going to be able. Debo will probably be that player, right? Diggs, I think that he ends up in either. I kind of think Diggs may just end up in Washington. A lot of people think he may end up in the Raiders, though. I don't really see it, but yeah. How many quarterbacks do you draft? You're in the 11 and 12, or are you? Which are you? Oh yeah, there you are. By the way, I'll give you a free. The very first draft you do with me, I will give you a free review. Normally, I only review members, but I'll give you a review at the end of this draft, sir. For your first time, it's kind of like a welcome present. Hopefully you enjoy the content and hopefully you sub. There is a player I want right now. I was going to take Theo, but I don't really feel like I need to. We're going to go Tank Dell here. I think with the the plan was all along to take Theo Johnson at the end, but I wasn't planning on Malachi Fields and Mooney to both kind of make it around. So, how many quarterbacks do you draft? I would stop. Since you went 3 in a row, I would stop. Let's say that one of them's a bad pick. Your team's probably dead. Now, if I would have started Jaden Daniels, Trevor Lawrence, and then got like CJ Stroud down here, I might have tacked on like a Jameis Winston or a Joe Flacco or something. It's mostly capital based. If I were you, like, if those guys don't get there, you're probably gone. Because instead of instead of Jordan Love, you could have got Brock Bowers, right? So if Jordan Love gets hurt, you could have had any of these other players. And that means that your Bauer, like what the player you would take down here, that quarterback, let's say it's Joe Flacco, he has to outscore Brock Bowers most weeks, which is possible if it works, right? But I would be done because you want to build your teams around your top capital. You want to act like that top capital you spent worked. And if it doesn't work and you're solidifying it with picks on the back end, you're kind of building a worse version of teams to, like, if your picks worked out, you're probably building a worse version of the teams that other people have of that because you didn't lean in where you spent your capital. All right, so we're going to go Malik Davis here in the Week 17 bring back. Hopefully that helps, sir. Hopefully that helps. All right, so Malik Davis is on the team. Time to review. We got a 3-7-8-2, and this has to be my last one. My voice is starting to go a little bit. So this will be the last one. We will do this. I will review his team first, and then I'll go to the members. We got a 3-7-8-2. Jay Daniel, Trevor Lawrence, and Jackson Dart. Running backs, Travis, Cam Scatabo. I call him Travis, by the way, because he's changing his name. So it's been 4 years into the year. So I'm just going to call him by his first name. That way I don't get it wrong. Cam Scatabo, David Montgomery, Bashaw Tootin, Jordan Mason, Katron Allen, and Malik Davis. All three quarterbacks stacked up at running back and at wide receiver. Wide receivers, DJ Moore, Brian Thomas Jr., Ricky Pearsall, Stephon Diggs, Antonio Williams, the double stack here with Darnell Mooney and Malachi Fields. Tank Dell, Kyle Pitts, Chig Okonkwo. We're leaning into those two. Since we went so heavy at quarterback, we're going to we needed extra bodies at the other positions. We're going to lean into this. We got the Chig stack. We got the Week 17 game fully stacked out here. We have a little stack here in the Giants with the Week 17 bring back or game stack with Malik Davis. So this is a Dallas is ahead. Malik Davis is RB1. Javonte Williams gets hurt. That's what we're doing. So thanks, crew. Wishing a great week for all one. You can skip your review since you did. No, that sounds good. That sounds fine. Yeah, like I like what you were doing. I think that, and I think you agree, because you seemed a little upset when you didn't do whenever Gino fell back to you. You're like, oh no, I could have got it. I think that, but if Gino would have went, what you did made more sense. So you gambled, you lost. We're all gambling, and we all probably lost, right? All right, so we got gear here. We got a 3-6-8-3. Dak Prescott, Justin Herbert, and Jordan Love. That is a really fun 3. Jeremiah Love, anchor RB. Aaron Jones is RB2. It's pretty thin. I'm going to guess your other positions are pretty strong. Jonah Coleman, Brian Thomas, Kamani Vidal, who I love, Adam Randall, who is a high upside pick. So you are very much reliant on Aaron Jones for the first several weeks. If Aaron, I've built teams like this. That doesn't mean I'm comfortable with teams like this. Like, you got to build some teams you're not comfortable with here and there. Devonta Smith, Ladd McConkey, Jalen Waddle, Christian Watson, Quentin Johnston, Ryan Flournoy. So you got the double stack here with Ladd and Quentin Johnston. Ryan Flournoy for the single stack What do you got? Yeah, so Calvin Ridley, Kayshawn Booty, Tucker Craft for the stack, Isaiah Likely, Kenyon Sadiq. So you got the double, Christian Watson and Tucker Craft. So you're very, very well stacked. If Aaron Jones is a solid enough guy and gets you to the late season with one of these guys, and you do have the passing down back in the Chargers as well, in my opinion, he's going to be the passing down back. But you're definitely going to be flexing wide receiver, right? But you know that. So if Aaron Jones is solid enough, this team could do some work. So I think it's a pretty solid team. I definitely think it was right to stop at these three, though. If you have any questions, just ask about your build or whatever. Like, we can look over a little deeper since it's your first draft and since I'm done after this. Game Time with the 3,000 projected. Look at this. Drake May, Baker Mayfield, and CJ Stroud. Ashton Jeanty, Derrick Henry, DeAndre Swift, Judkins. That's a load. The double week 13 bye. I've done it a couple times. I think some people are scared to do it, so I kind of mix it in intentionally. I like it. And Jordan James, wide receivers, Cardinal Tate, Jordan Tyson, Godwin. So you got Mayfield, and Stroud. Tate, Tyson, Godwin, Downs, Dobbs, Jaden Higgins for the stack, Ted Hurst, Deebo Samuel, Jalen Knoll for the double, Dalton Schultz for the triple, Cade Otton, Juwan Johnson. So you got Godwin. So you backstacked all these. So I like this a lot better than a lot of the overstacking. I think if you overstack the back players, it makes more sense because it gives your team a lot more upside at other positions. I think that this is a very, very fun team, Game Tight. I like it. I like that one a lot, and it projects really well. Then we'll do Stevens, and then we're going to head out. And by the way, we go live 6:30 p.m. Sunday, every Sunday night, Central Time, doing Super Flex drafts. Monday through Thursday, we go live 4 p.m. Central to do whatever we feel like that day. But we're very consistent. We usually stream at least 3 drafts. At minimum, I don't think I've ever done a stream, at least not this year, where I just do 1 draft. So if you like the content, go ahead and sub. Hopefully you come in, you like the videos. And so we got Champ here. We got a 3-6-9-2. We got Jared Goff, Tyler Shuck, and Malik Willis. Running backs, Bijan Robinson, Rico Dowdle, Kenneth Gainwell, Blake Corum, Tyrone Tracy, James Conner. Wide receiver, Lamb, Egbuka, Golden, Jalen McMillan, Juwan Jennings, Isaac Tesla, Trey Harris, Cooper Kupp. And did you take Cooper Kupp in every draft? Every single – did you take him in every draft? Game Tight making my team look like a JV team. Game Tight's team was absolute fire that draft, for sure. Travis Kelce and Jake Ferguson. Yeah, you got the back stack here. What do we got here? Just kind of doing some things here, unstacked. I think throwing a random team in to where everything's unstacked makes sense. You got the rushing touchdown game with Tyler Shuck with the Bijan bring back. Or maybe it's a Bijan dominant game with the Tyler Shuck bring back. Maybe it's a Bryce Lance game. Maybe he throws a touchdown, 1 touchdown to 3 people and rushes 1 in, right? And it's quarterback 2 on the week. And it's what you need. And Malik Willis was dominant. But, hey, yep, peace. Good luck tomorrow. But anyway, I'm going to see everybody tomorrow. Have a good day. I had an awesome time tonight. I hope you did as well. Peace.